Let's see this. Boom. 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 Oh, dang it. Boom. 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 Oh. What up, Edward Canaway, brother? Booyah. Oh, 1 second. Boom, boom, boom. How are you? Oh, did the wrong thing. Boom, boom. Oh, did the wrong thing again. Boom, boom. What's up, Ken? Oh, I got the whole thing set up wrong. There we go. Let's see if this works. Bam. There we go. I was dreaming of a lover in the sun. They don't. All right. I know it's Necromancer, but you changed your name, so I'm going to call you that. Do you recall the Ass Man? 999. How are you, freaking space cow? The Ass Man. All right. Let's see. What do we got going on here, by the way? Okay. The Ass Man. Freaking space cow, you wackadoo. Do you want me to keep saying AKA Necromancer every time? Your new name is Edward. It's great. It's a great name, Space Cow. Ass Man. Does it still go to Space Cow 9? Oops. Let's see. Yeah, it's still Space Cowboy 99999. Instagram was showing me Ghost and Illuminati Epstein reels for no reason at all. Freaking Instagram. Space Cowboy, sometimes it's mean to me, but I man it up. Man it up. How come you didn't change the other thing, Assman9? Gramps is in disbelief. Well, I will love him for life. Oh, Ass Man. Ass Man. I missed you too. Welcome back. Beautiful Sunday here. Beautiful Sunday. Okay, let's see what the internet's got for us here. Oops. Let's see what's on the stream. Ivermectin and iodine, Nitro's newest track. That's Shiraj Goudas. I'm the Ass Man, like the Scat Man. Hunter Biden just announced his presidential run. What did poor Romans actually eat? China's deadly fox. All right, let's check this out.
You have nice eyes.
Cosmo Kramer.
S-tier compliment,
Hopefully not
by the way.
Illuminati
But
and Lucifer
you think your eyes
stuff.
might be a little bit too small? Well, worry no more. I'm here to help. Let me just open that up for you. Just like that. Is that enough?
Ah, jeez, dude. All right, let's see what Space Cowboy's got first before we get into this. Come on.
Yeah, Mario, look. I'm pregnant. We're having a baby. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm gonna go buy some milk real quick. Fuck, man. I ain't paying no damn child support. Damn, Tom. I'm cooked. Daisy's pregnant. Yeah, you're cooked, gang. Fuck it. I'm at the gas station. Need something. Nah, I'm good.
I'm just getting
Yo,
that.
how much for the ice? Ice is free, sir. Have a good night. Thanks. Stupid ass. This shit's too easy. I wonder how that snitch Wario doing right now.
You did good today, sweetheart. We gonna do it again tomorrow.
You gotta get me out of here, dog. I can't take this anymore. Chill out, dog. I already stole this bitch Daisy, and she's pregnant right now. That baby is mine for real. I don't care, man. Get me out now. I'll try, gang. If you want to make videos like these.
Dude, that's freaking horrible. AI slop freaking wackadoo ass advertisements.
Nope, you want it bigger? Okay,
You're definitely the
there
ass.
we go. Much better. Bright and natural. Just keep in mind that you won't be able to close your eyes when you sleep. You'll also be crying non-stop, even when you're not sad. What started as the double eyelid trend across Asia has recently just evolved into its own extreme version by Chinese influencers. At first, many
What, are they
influencers
cutting
just
their
wanted their
lids
eyes
off?
to look a little bit more attractive. But as you start digging deeper into this entire rabbit hole of the big eyes, small face aesthetic, we end up with the so-called fox eye look, which is this very creepy and
dude.
exaggerated look where your eyes are stretched so far beyond your eyelids that it looks like you could see into my future. They also say it's as easy as getting a new haircut, except it's for your eyes. Now, this all started
dude.
with one of the most common cosmetic procedures in Asia, the double eyelid surgery. And it's so common to a point where parents literally give it to their children as graduation gifts, either after high school or sometimes even before high school. It essentially makes your eyes bigger and more attractive, which has been proven to help reward you in future
double
job
slit
opportunities
experiment, yeah.
and
I know
relationships.
about the double
I mean,
slit
at first you
experiment
had people
for
experimenting
Asian eyes.
creating
And
double
Barbara
eyelids with like safer methods. Things like double eyelid tape, which were temporary, and it helped you create a fold and a crease that can easily be removed, you know, no surgery needed. But of course, the tape would just sometimes fall off, so people resort to using glue, just hoping that it would stay on throughout the day. Now, the reason double eyelids are so popular is because it
jeez,
creates a
yes.
visible crease right above your eye. The crease makes the
What's
eyes
up,
appear more
Subnon?
larger,
What up,
more
Flair
defined,
Fox?
and just more prominent. And over the years, the big eyes look
man,
has
it's
been
hard to
heavily
watch.
associated with attractiveness throughout
Yes,
all of
cannot
East
close
Asian
their
beauty culture.
eyes.
I mean, some parents even had the great idea of literally trying to modify their newborns to
Ah,
have double eyelids.
come
Let me just
on.
stick that on you. Don't
Did
worry,
he
you'll
do
thank
it?
your mom later. Hopefully you grow up with big eyes. And many celebrities had already undergone the double eyelid surgery, so that wasn't the secret. So it started evolving slowly because regular double
Jesus.
eyelids weren't enough. People wanted something bigger, something sharper, something that'll make you stand out. And that obsession created the fox eye surgery. This takes
man,
double
it looks
eyelids to
so
a whole nother
horrible.
level because it looks like you reverse engineered being Asian. On Douyin, you can see countless of these before and after videos of people getting these massive deep creases cut into their eyelids
jeez.
and then angling the outer corners up so the eye has a fox-like
Oh,
shape.
they must
Many
be
people-
wearing contacts in there also because their irises got bigger.
People get mesmerized by these
What's up, Tiny?
transformations and then start believing that their own natural eye shape should look like that. Now you can tell it gives a really creepy look to it because once the crease is pushed far beyond a natural width, the eyes start to look more like a lifeless doll's eyes, kind of glued onto a real
Those
face.
irises have to be freaking. She's got to be wearing contacts. Those irises, her colored parts of her eye looks way too big. I got too drunk earlier and had to take a nap. Body dysmorphia is real since I see myself in the mirror and I kiss the mirror with a punch. Don't look in the mirror.
There's also the other side to it, which is getting aesthetic eye bags, which are also exaggerated to where you end up with these puffy sausage eyes. Now, there's two main things that people on Chinese social media confuse themselves with when it comes to the fox eye surgery. Using makeup tricks to make your eyes look bigger versus surgically expanding the eyelid itself. Those are not the same thing. The big eye, small face...
Listen, guys, listen to Richard's advice regarding vitamins. I don't know which one, D3, K, B12, any parasite, any of them has transferred my energy. I'm not joking. It feels like a new man thing. Brother, you're very welcome. You're very, very, very welcome. You're very welcome. I'm glad you checked into it. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what our bodies are missing. And it like that's the only thing we have that our government tells us that we have. Like, this has this percentage of your vitamin A. Like, okay, well, I never get 100%. I never get 100% of my vitamin B, C, right? Yeah, and once you do, your body, yeah, I'm glad you did, Brother Diddy. Yeah, you were definitely deficient. But most of America is, because our food, they say a balanced diet is fats, cholesterol, proteins, carbohydrates, sodium, rather than vitamin A, the B's, C, D, and so on. Yeah, it's amazing. Nutrients come from a variety of diet or capsules. So you can't, unless you're growing your own food, and you can't guarantee what's in your food. A lot of our fruits and vegetables are picked before they're ripe. It's because they got to travel a couple of days by train or truck or whatever across the country or from around the globe, depending where they come from. And then they're artificially ripened in a lot of cases. And a lot of times they don't get the vitamin and mineral profile that they would have had they been vine ripened. And then we also eat a bunch of wackadoodle stuff that messes our guts up. Like unadulterated food, right? And food that's allowed to ripen on the vine. Not like I said, they'll pick tomatoes and bananas green, and then like when they'll use gases, ethylene gas for bananas and apples from apples to ripen them in a factory, in a warehouse, rather than on the vine. So they're not connected to the vine. They're not still getting sunlight while they're ripening, and they don't develop that right. So we get a bunch of just crap.
Face aesthetic is usually
glad to hear it,
through
Diddy,
makeup.
brother.
The whole point is that it's literally
The artificial ripening them is a whole. Yes, right. I agree. And the thing is, we've closed over 500,000 farms in America. Every state used to have a bunch of farms near close enough to most cities to be able to feed those cities. Then all of them got closed down, and now we're eating wackadoodle processed stuff. It's definitely unholy. What's up, ND, brother? The gas starts from G.
visual illusion. But somewhere along the line, people started looking at this exaggerated makeup look and thought to themselves, what if I permanently become the makeup?
Dude.
And that's how they usually end up with a unnatural eye shape
Industrial
that looks
profits
really
are
good with
erroneous.
filters and makeup.
Right. So the chemical pharmaceutical industry makes a lot of the food additives. So they make a lot of the food additives. They sell it to the food companies that pass on that food with those additives and whatnot to us. We eat them, then we end up in deficiency for vitamin and mineral deficiency. Then we get sick. Then we go to the medical industry to get pharmaceuticals sold to us that way. So they're getting it coming and going. No matter if we're healthy or unhealthy, eating or not, they're making money. I'm sorry, whether we're hungry or not or sick, they're making money off of us that way. If we're healthy, we don't need them. But you can't stay healthy without ensuring yourself you don't have a deficiency. Yes, it's pharmaceutical companies because they know all this. The data is all there. But you're told on your labels how much vitamin A it has, how much vitamin D it has. And are you making sure you're getting what you need? No, because you can't. You'd be fat. You'd be fat trying to eat all of this crap to get 100% of everything you need. And 100% is way too low anyway, in a lot of cases. It absolutely is. So I'm going to show you guys something after this video.
But terrifying without it. Many of these exaggerated creases end up looking sunken, scarred, or even like permanently stiff. Your eyes start looking very disconnected to the rest of your face, which is genuinely unsettling. And that's where we get to one of the biggest side effects that people talk about after this procedure, the infamous meat strip. Not that kind of meat strip. What are you thinking? Basically, after the surgery, people end up developing these thick bulges above their eyelashes. Like, imagine if somebody took a hot dog and just tucked it under your eyelid. Or like they took their sausage and tucked it. Now, the reason it happens a lot is because eyelid surgery is insanely delicate. Like, there is zero room for error. If too little fat is removed from the eyelid, your eyes become puffy. Too much, and it becomes hollow to a point where it starts to look like it's sinking into your skull. Also, don't forget the scarring, because what's a transformation without battle scars?
双眼皮做完，我就感觉自己完全换了一个人，我感觉整张脸都换了。
从南昌过来，因为自身眼泡
For my
比
eye
你喜欢
issue.
自然一点的，还是夸张一点的？还是想要小皮晒？
She said, do you prefer a natural or crazy look? What's crazy is the guy narrating is actually all AI.
然后喜欢上扬一点的眼睛，对吧？7.5毫米是他喜欢双眼皮的宽度，双眼尾的位置让他有一点微微上扬的感觉，适当的把内眼角打开一点啊。
现在院长已经给我画完线了，请你期待一下吧。
I don't like it. Can you put it back? Sorry. These surgeries are deeper
And this is
than
how it looks like
racism
after it's healed.
self-image.
Definitely big enough.
So possibly, but I don't really think so. Because the eye shape they're looking for is anime eye. They're not looking to look white. They're looking to look anime, non-human, cartoon. Because that's what they're looking for. Eyes larger than life, not eyes larger than Asian. They're looking for not looking for white people eyes. They're looking for Asian and white people anime eyes. Yeah, it's wackadoodle fire. Michael Jackson had what was called, I can't remember the name of the disease. He had his pigment, I can't remember the name of the disease. He was already turning white. He had big patches of his skin that didn't have any melanin in it, and he would have to use makeup and whatnot. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Skin disease, Michael Jackson. I don't think so. Vitiligo. So if I can find, so you see here how he has all these white patches on his skin and his face. So he had to wear makeup all the time and stuff. So you can't darken your skin, but you can tan, but then your skin, like the light spots would get darker and the dark spots would get darker. So you can't, like, you could have to tattoo or something like that, but you can bleach your skin. So that, yes, vitiligo, Tommy, brother. I need more education on this topic. Yeah, brother. See a lot here. Let me I'll show you vitiligo. Like, a lot of people get this. See, and a lot of times it's symmetrical. Like, you see this girl here, how it's equal on both sides of her face. It's like mirrored. That happens to a lot of people. Around the mouth, around the eyes. And it's she's got these it's the opposite of panda eyes, where it's the panda part that would be black or dark is now white. You are the ass, man. What up, Wish? I know, yes, it's autoimmune. Yeah, it destroys you. The melanocytes are destroyed by something, so your skin in those areas can't produce the melanin. Right. So, like, yeah, this is a different girl with this. Oops. This is a different girl with the same type of thing around the ellipse. Thank you, Atomic Brother. Dun, 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 dun. T cells attack melanocytes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, and then, like, if it goes completely, there's also like albinism, where people have completely, and they don't even have melanin in their irises, so their irises look red. But yeah, so that's what Michael Jackson had. So he, instead of having to put on makeup every day, he decided to bleach his skin to go to a same color. And then I guess the nose job things was whatever. Thank you, Atomics, brother. I appreciate it. XRP. Christian World will be backing XRP. Let's go, XRP family. What do you mean? XRP ran out today, didn't it? Or maybe that. XRP. Oh, it's not sold out. Okay. It's currently trading at $1.09 down. Yeah, so XRP is dropping as a wider liquidation-driven crypto market. We talking about vitiligo? Yeah, well, we were talking about these Chinese ladies who are getting these eyelid surgeries to have like a double eyelid, And then some of them have this where they want anime eyes, but when they try to sleep or blink, their eyelids don't close to cover their eyes completely. What's up, Monk? Every crypto's going down except H. Oh, that's good.
Enough now. Now, what's really crazy is how normalized double eyelids have become, because we've gotten to a point where even those that are naturally born with double eyelids are thinking that double is not enough. So what? You get triple eyelids?
Oh, man. See, listen, I don't think this is embedded in this is embedded in racism. I think this is in attention. Because these people are all online, and when some popular influencer does this, their views go up, and then the rest of them go down. So they're like, well, I'm going to get it too. And then people start to follow them, say, oh, you're going to look so good with that, Queen Slay. And then they're like, okay, well, now I really got to do it. And then, and then they get their views go up. And then they're like, okay, and then everybody gets used to it, so their views start dropping down again. And then some other main influencer does a different surgery or a different tattoo or a different wackadoo, and then the rest of the followers follow along, and then their views go back up again. Like, oh my goodness, you did it and you look so good. Blah, blah, blah. And then they get used to them again. So now it's not shocking anymore. It's not unique anymore. And then the views start to drop down again. And then somebody else does another one, and then another. And then it's just it's all cyclical. What's up, Shadow of Anime? How are you, my brother? Their eyes look like folds. Their eyes look like the folds on my.
Yeah, so this woman came home from her double eyelid surgery one day and ended up with 3 eyelids.
Jeez.
It's as if your eyelids just got a double chin. She said that when she looked in the mirror, her eyelids were red, swollen, and folded into 3 layers. She also couldn't open her eyes, even if she tried to force them open with her hands. So this is exactly what happens when you're not satisfied with double.
And here's another thing. What up, Lord Alcatraz? Yes, Ken. Here's another thing is it's very expensive to get plastic surgery done. Don't do it. But then they want to go somewhere and get it cheaper. So they go to like these underground clinics and these pop-up shops or over to other countries. And then they get problems like this because who are they going to sue? Someone bought a Ghana model kit and I'm re-up 28 grams of sticky icky.
You end up with triple. Listen, Father's Day is coming up, so it might finally be time to upgrade you and your old man's wallet game. See this baby right here? Extra wallet. It's like a wallet from the future. We also collab with Messi of all people,
surgery is performed by a butcher.
Is low-key insane.
Starting with the wallet people that don't care, and this is a big problem with the trans community, is a lot of people that aren't good at these surgeries are trying to jump on the bandwagon, and they're just hacking at you. Have you seen they do such bad jobs. They don't worry about scar placement. They do really bad work. Because the people are going through a mental crisis a lot of times. And then if they're going through that crisis, they're very easy to sign along the dotted line because they think it's going to end their mental crisis. And it's really bad that you get these butchers that do that. Yeah, the vocabulary, chivalry, and intellect overlooks every day. Yes, absolutely. But they're not doing it for a man. They're not doing it for a man. They're doing it for the attention on the internet. Any one of them could have got a guy, no problem. Before the surgeries.
Oh, we got Italian leather, 0 plastic, holding up to over 14 cards with metal ejection.
It's so rough. People go through this.
The cards are all out. You can now just pay for overpriced bubble tea in style. Not just that, but you can literally slot in their Finder card. You'll literally never lose your wallet again. It's card size.
The Finder card.
It has Apple Find My, and it rings from over 300 feet. Now, if the Japan trip's making out the group chat this year, their travel vacuum bag that comes with a portable USB-C pump got you covered. It compresses your big items into one carry-on size bag. It's waterproof, the zipper's crazy strong, and you get 60% more space.
I'd
It's pretty
rather be a
essential
kingmaker
unless you
than a
love
king
cramped
myself.
luggage.
There you
Extra
go.
also
What up,
offers a
rabbit
100-day
man,
money-back
brother?
guarantee. So if you're interested, use code money to get 20% off on top of the Father's Day promotion.
All right, let's check out Space Cow's thing real quick, and then we'll... Uh-oh. What'd I miss here? Yeah, OMG is right. We'll be right back to that, brother. Oh, this freaking kid.
For 80K
Fire
followers,
ants.
I'm gonna get
Shang-Chi.
put my hand
I
inside
got here in the middle of
fire
it.
nest.
So it's a new fad in China for the online crew, the influencers. Like one influencer will get a free surgery because the surgeons know that hundreds and hundreds of other people will follow that. So they get one surgery for free. And then all the other influencers are like, "Oh my goodness, that looks so good," and they want it too. And then they end up going to the same surgeon, or then when the next tier or the next caste under them, they'll go to freaking Turkey or whatever. It's absolutely wacky. This kid's dumb. See, just like this kid's going through pain for internet attention. He got, like the other day, he got stung by a wasp on purpose. And now he's putting his hand in a fire ant mound. And these things hurt, and they turn into blisters. And he's letting them chew.
30.
This is so dumb. I wonder if he's gonna show the blisters afterwards. Each bite turns into like a whitehead zit.
20 seconds.
15.
This dude's counting slow. If anyone is interested in surgery, I can do it for free. I'm badly craving hot garlic noodles. Be my test. It's like free tattoos. People always calling me crazy when I'm doing crazy stuff. What up, ND? Chasing that clout. I wonder if that's his older brother or his buddy that's going to be his freaking cameraman.
Of all these.
Yeah, it's going to burn for a while.
Still biting me. 1 out of 10, that was a 6. Today for 8.
This kid's freaking... He's going to end up in a bad place. ND, why are you scared of women?
Which is up to 50% off. So combined, you could be looking up to 70% off. Links in the description. Thank you, Exter, for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it. It also doesn't help that a lot of these surgeons are basically working with templates. They usually cut beyond the eyelid to create a bigger fold, assuming that maybe after a week or two, it'll, heal back together and look natural. Sounds reasonable in theory, except everybody has different eyes no matter how you look at it. Many factors come into play, such as your eye shape, the amount of fat around your eyes, even straight up your skull, since the bones affect how everything looks. So guess what happens when you have a template of the fox eye aesthetic that you think will work on everybody? People start to heal in different ways, and you straight up get deformed eyes. Which brings us to the case of a woman named Wang Li, an influencer from Suzhou who underwent the fox eye surgery and ended up permanently crying forever. Now, this procedure wasn't done by a licensed surgeon. No.
Not by a licensed surgeon.
It was done by the clinic's marketing director. Of course, she didn't know that at the time, so during the operation, her tear ducts, a part of the eye that drains your tears, were cut, which led her with a level 9 disability. The muscle was over tightened to a point where it snapped, so now she couldn't stop crying and tearing up no matter what. Not because she was sad, but because she literally couldn't force herself to stop her eyes.
She's definitely had Botox before. It doesn't look like she's got any forehead wrinkle. Not definitely, but it looks like she's had Botox. She's had lip work done because her top lip looks bigger than her bottom lip. And so, naturally, your top lip is smaller than your bottom lip. But this filler generation thing, girls want their top lip to look bigger to make it look unnatural. Not like your top lip's smaller than your bottom lip. And hers is bigger. So she got lip surgery. So she's chasing that too. Getting any surgery that's not life-saving is idiotic. Agreed. Reason I prefer to not be a surgeon rather than an MD, right? MD's not scared of no women. Surgery's way cooler. Reminds me of that surgeon who had a rap music going during the process making TikToks. Yeah, dude. She lost her license. But money, surgeons has lots of money, right? Right, and people think of surgeons and doctors as like these altruistic lifesavers. No, they want the money. They want to punch out and leave work and drive fast cars and date hot girls and hot guys, and they want to go on vacations and stuff. So they want as much money as they can as quick as they can. So they'll have the marketing director cut this chick's eyeballs off.
Watering. The clinic kept delaying and deflecting responsibilities, so eventually Wang Li entered into legal action, and the unlicensed practitioner was sentenced to 6 months in detention and would be deported afterwards.
Deported.
Wang was also supposed to receive compensation.
So somebody came into the country from outside of the country, opened up a chop shop, and cut girls' eyelids up.
This. However, because she exposed the clinic online, she breached the contract that she had signed, which pretty much made her return almost all of the compensation that she'd got, which is honestly just so stupid.
So
it's
they
like
gave her 400,000 yuan to get the surgery? So this is what I'm talking about. They'll take an influencer, and well, in this case, they paid her to get it done. She didn't pay? That cam angle's fire, yeah, brother. I got it going on. The only woman I'm afraid of is Bruce Jenner. Of course, we doctors want money. We study all our life. Right. But people think doctors are just doing it to save lives. They don't think that there can be doctors that don't care. You know, it's a big thing. Even lawyers, right, that's right. People have to understand that. People are doing these things for money. But we've shown so many TV shows and so many movies where doctors break down crying, I can't believe I lost him. I thought he was going to make it. No, they're like, okay, get this one out to the morgue. We need to get on to the next person. Like, you know, it's not the same as people see it as the way people see it on TV and movies. A lot of surgeons are psychopaths. Yes, sir. Or sociopaths, but yeah, people are bullcrap. They believe Earth is flat too. That's what people say.
Being charged for damaging the bus, like it's
All right,
actually insane. Now it's also easy to assume she breached the contract that she had signed, which pretty much made her return almost all of the compensation that she'd got, which is honestly just so stupid. It's like getting hit by a bus and then being charged for damaging the bus, like. It's actually insane. Now, it's also easy to assume that a repair surgery is a quick fix, but many qualified doctors just completely stay away from this.
Right,
this is mainly because plastic surgery is often irreversible.
Look at these eyeballs. There's a sociopaths. A lot of them are sociopaths. Absolutely. Yeah, listen, like people that don't have, like a lot of people can't stand the sight of blood and stuff, and for some reason a lot of surgeons just don't mind. They're like, let's see what's in here, let's cut this guy. Like, so they have, now it doesn't mean they're bad people, it just means that they don't have a certain type of empathy. They don't feel a certain type of empathy. Earth is a triangle. What up, cheeseburger man? That was only $56,000 in US conversion. It's not a stereotype. This is well known.
Reversible. So
but at least in the US and Canada,
once the skin is cut, they can't be replaced.
I just found out that the guy who did my eyelid surgery was a fake doctor from another hospital. Practicing on me. Right. How do you get the practice? How do you get the practice to do eyelid surgery? How do you get the practice to do tattoos? You do it on fake skin. But so you can practice and draw. But eyelids are different for each people. How do you get the practice? How do you can't heal fake skin eyelids on a practice dummy. So you're going to think this will be a good, but same thing with gender surgeries and a lot of plastic surgeries because everybody's different. It's wackadoodle stuff. Stay away from it. Cancers, diabetic foot maggots, bed sores, hernia, gunshot wounds. We see shit daily. People shoving bottles into their butts. Yep, that happens a lot here too. They said the scar was not cared for, and now it's spreading. They said they cut too much tissue.
这个是人能割的吗？我只要你一条钢劈成脸的，根本就不顾我们死活。一出事就说你去维权去吧，你去那个人找别人鉴定去吧，你当别人是傻子吗？根本就鉴定不出来。
And the scary part is that every attempt to fix a previous surgery usually needs another surgery to fix what was fixed. It's literally a domino effect. Like, you need to fix the fix. That's why many surgeons stay away from eyelids at all.
Yes.
Because even a tiny little mistake can completely change the way your face looks to other people. There's actually this massive influencer who ended up with one of the worst outcomes when it comes to this trend. Her name is Chen Nisi, and she's undergone 5 eyelid surgeries ever since she was 19 years old. Now, if you were anywhere near Chinese social media during her peak popularity, she had become one of the most talked about influencers.
Right, well, he didn't obviously look into anything at all before going, or he would have been able to look up to see if the guy was. He went to somebody, he got a price, he went online, he got a price, he went to somebody, he got it done, it was wrong. Then he was like, let me see about reporting this guy. He doesn't even have one. He doesn't even have a freaking license. If we deny to see blood and seeing blood turn someone into a sociopath, it's a bold statement. That's not what I'm saying. Listen, sociopath. I'm saying a lot of doctors and a lot of surgeons are. They have that sociopathic tendency. Sociopath doesn't equal bad person. They just don't have that like squeamy empathy like thing that would be like, oh, I don't want to hurt this person. Oh my God, it's their blood. That they don't have that. And a lot of people that don't have that can be classified as sociopaths, not evil. There's a difference. We don't, so you don't bleed out seeing your own blood. We try to control bleed. Right. No, you're twisting my words and taking it the wrong way. No, just look it up, brother. Yeah, we're talking about getting what you deserve. Seeing blood is way different than cutting into people. I agree. It's very, very difficult to cut into another human. This is cheese balls, brother. This is Chinese deadly fox eye obsession. A lot of these Chinese influencers are cutting their eyelids, having certain plastic surgery in their eyelids to have larger, like anime eyes. But this is the problems. A lot of them are going to, like one chick went to a clinic, and the person that cut on her eyelids was a marketing director, not even a doctor, surgeon, or nurse. We're taught to normalize blood. We literally eat next to cadavers. Right, and some people can't. Like my cousin quit medical school because of that. She couldn't handle being around the body. She's like, these were once people. I can't do this. Like overly empathetic to the dead body, to the cadaver. First of all, we don't call patients; they come to us. Cutting eyelids for beauty gotta be the most dangerous shit Chinese ever done, brother. And it gets bad. This one chick had her tear ducts cut out, so now she cries 24/7, even when she's happy, sad, not sad, just neutral. Her tear ducts just keep running.
Because of her plastic surgery journey. Unlike a lot of influencers who just hide everything, she was actually pretty open about it. She uploaded videos explaining her surgeries, talking about her experiences, and overall just trying to spread body positivity all around, telling people to, just love themselves, while also saying that she will still continue undergoing surgery for beauty. I feel like that's a repeating pattern in many of these cases.
Because she's getting paid for it. She's getting validation for it. Live streaming death. Yeah, dude, that stuff's freaking wackadoo.
Now, unfortunately for her, Chinese netizens are basically professional athletes when it comes to roasting. So after Chen's surgeries became a bit more noticeable, people started relentlessly mocking her for her appearance. People would just clown on her for her new chin, and also just saying that she looked way worse than before the surgeries, also comparing her old and new photos together. It's honestly the most unwinnable game ever, because you get clowned on before surgery, and then you get clowned on even more after surgery. So in a way to prove her haters wrong, or show them she didn't even care, she decided to undergo the fox eye surgery. And this is where everything went downhill, because after the operation, she noticed a very noticeable crease. So then she got another surgery to make it look more natural. Then the wound reopened, so she got another surgery to try to fix that. Then more corrections, more repairs, and she was pretty much just trapped in this cycle.
Who can afford this? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Even Cristiano Ronaldo had plastic surgery. Yeah. Delicious, tasty burgers with cheese dip, but he probably got paid to get it. So people could be like, oh my goodness, he's so hot. And they'd be like, yeah, I got plastic surgery. This is the guy that made me this hot. And then that dude's now freaking, if millionaire, plastic surgeon should avoid cosmetic surgeries until patients have comorbidities and deformities. Yeah. Right. They do have a comorbidity. It's called freaking crazy. He had a face implant. Transplant? He got my face.
Where she didn't even remember what the original issue even was. And because of all those repeated surgeries and fixes, she is now unable to close her eyes forever. I mean, just think about that. Her eyelids ended up losing 5 layers of skin. So she now has to use eye drops every couple of minutes because she can't blink.
Dude,
yeah, sorry, we don't offer warranty for that. If you end up losing basic human functions during the process, all best to you. And what's even weirder about all of this is that the clinic she supposedly went to was actually connected to one of these illegal beauty salons that opened up in Taiwan. Because just last year, Taiwanese media uncovered this Douyin influencer named Miss Chen, who turned her shop into a makeshift surgery clinic.
Hold on, what? What?
Taiwan. Because just last year, Taiwanese media uncovered this Douyin influencer named Miss Chen, who turned her shop into a makeshift surgery clinic. Yeah, she pretty much saw these videos on Douyin and tried to recreate it herself, but with her fans. Now, apparently she saw all these fox eye transformations and double eyelid surgeries that were blowing up on Douyin and Xiaohongshu. She saw people getting views.
Douyin is Chinese TikTok, basically their own like Instagram.
Making money. So she decided, yeah, I'll give that a try as an influencer. I mean, of course, influencers watch these transformation videos all day. Obviously, they'd be more experienced than actual doctors. You'd be wasting your potential if you didn't try it out. I mean, I've been making videos on these trends for so long. Do you guys trust me with your eyes?
And they make pupil with contact lens more big. Yeah, that's correct. They make the iris or the pupil bigger with contact lenses. Yes, sir. You got it close enough, brother Ken.
Clinic disguised as a salon, she began offering extreme double eyelid surgeries using the fox eye template. This was catered to all her fans who swore loyalty to her at that point. And of course, they came out with these failed fox eye procedures that left them with not so pleasant looks. Authorities later discovered that she had recruited 2 migrant workers to help perform these procedures, and none of them were licensed doctors. And yet her fans and their families were paying about 16,000 yuan for these experiment operations. This included fox eye surgeries using thread lifting. Innovation, I guess.
Look at my eyelids.
Honestly, at this point, Douyin and Xiaohongshu or Rednote has genuinely convinced people to trust follower counts more than medical degrees.
And you can buy follower counts. Don't trust follower counts.
Authorities raided the salon.
Beautiful.
And,
thank you, cheeseballs, brother.
Scalpels, laser equipment, sutures, basically an entire underground surgery setup, but for a salon. Ms. Chen later admitted to everything, and even manipulating her before and after posts on social media. She secured the bag of $20,000 and the district...
what they're doing is they're taking a photo of an influencer and they're filtering the before picture. They're filtering the before picture to like make their jaw look bigger or make their eyes look smaller. And then they're saying now that this is the after surgery, and they're showing the face with the normal filters that they would use or no filter. So like if I made my nose real small with a filter and be like, hey, I'm going to go get nose enlarging surgery. And then they take the before picture and they make my nose look smaller with a filter. And then they show me for real afterwards, and I'm like, look how freaking awesome it is. Look how big they made it. It's so... The people are like, wow. It's amazing. I would never trust a barber touching my beard or hair. I would never trust my barber touching my beard or hair, and they'd be letting docs change eyelids. I would do plastic surgery if I wasn't that beautiful. $20,000 for an Asian setup.
Court sentenced her to 9 months in prison and also ordered her to be
9
deported
months in
after.
prison. How much money do you think she made? So say she made $500,000. Okay, 9 months in prison. Fine, she gets out, and what do you think happened to the money? You think they fined her all that money? It's probably still, or whatever she cryptoed and sent away. You know, they're probably fine. I'm gonna get 6 or 9 months, and I'm gonna be rich afterwards.
I mean, this makes it clear how
I want my
unregulated
plastic
plastic
surgeon to
surgery
make me
advertising
grizzly
can be
bear.
on Chinese social media
Just use
platforms. I mean,
AI.
heck, even WeChat is suffering.
Return
from
the
this.
money in my card. What did it say?
Advertising can be on Chinese social media platforms. I mean, heck, even
Return the money in my card, my hard-earned
WeChat
money.
is suffering from this. Literally anybody with money can open up a salon, open a Douyin account, start posting stolen before and after videos, and pretty much just start having clients come in as they're training. This whole Fox Eye aesthetic is just so dystopian
After she
because
gets
you're
out,
essentially
she's
just
gonna go
trading your
add to her
natural
brain.
face for a makeup
What
face.
up, Norbert?
That's the irony. People undergo permanent surgery, yet still have to rely on makeup to gaslight themselves that
Right.
it's the only way to look good. So honestly, unless you want to sleep with your eyes open, which would be pretty cool,
No.
it's not worth it.
People
I mean,
and
there
their
is one big
gullible, yeah,
takeaway from this.
gullible,
Though. If she ain't squinting,
DB
I
Cooper,
ain't
yeah.
squinting.
They found a bunch of his money. The guy that found a bunch of his money only got to keep like one bill, and it was like all like destroyed and rotten and whatnot. Yeah, DB Cooper. I think he hijacked a plane, required a bunch of money. I think it was $2 million. I can't remember exactly how much it was. And a parachute. And then he said he wanted to fly to like California, and then somewhere over like Nevada, he jumped out of the airplane with the money and a parachute, and then never heard from again. Bro, looks like my dried lip. Prion. This is going to be part of next year's Mar-a-Lago face. Mar-a-Lago face. The eyelids look like my dried lip. Ow. Yeah, dude, that stuff's so rough. Oh my goodness, the girl born with 8 limbs. Oh, I can't watch that. What's next? Who's next? Who's next? We want to keep going. Dumb influencers. No, I can't spell influencers. Dang, I can't spell influencers. Influencers. Dumb influencers that died on Mount Everest. Dumb influencers that recorded their deaths. We're not going to watch that. What the hell is that, an octopus? What I'm guessing is it was supposed to be a twin. You never heard like sometimes people can be born with their twin inside of them, and like their body will reject it or like cover it with like a calcium like cocoon, and they'll like later on in life it'll keep growing kind of like the cocoon part, and they think it's a tumor and they end up removing. And I think maybe they're like, or some kids are like born with, they're connected at the heads. And I think something like that is the twins absorbed, but there was no head or anything, so they just had 4 arms and 4 legs. The comments that show up have the corn hub color scheme. I can't lie. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I wonder why. I could probably change that. The Dow chemical plant next to where she's living. The chemical plant across the street give off steam whose colors are white sheets. It's been happening for years. Now I'm crying rainbow tears. Yeah, birth defects, birth deformity. Yeah, if you need party rentals, I'm your guy. Stewart's got your party rentals. There's a medical term. Brother, yeah, absolutely. Birth defects, yeah, deformity, right, absolutely. All right, let's see. Let's see what's next here. Generally cool guy. So my thank you were a word, brother. Thank you, my friend. Dow chemically changed you. What's up, Super Obama? All right, let's see. Let's see what's next. When YouTubers mess with real gangsters. Dumb influencers died for stunts. Okay, dumb influencer surgery. And you want to know what's very interesting about how you know the difference between like a model and a hoe. Models model things. Like influencer models, like you have Instagram models, they're modeling themselves. Models are hired to model a bikini, a hat, gloves. They're modeling a product. But on Instagram and whatnot, they're not modeling a product. They're modeling themselves. You picking up what I'm putting down here? She lived next to the Chernobyl nuclear facility. All right, let's see. 100 plastic surgeries. All right, this one's pretty short. Let's find one a little bit longer. Massive fake biceps. That dude's rough. Oh, man. Look at those freaking lips. Oh, those aren't lips. Those are big. I'm an Instagram. And decent Instagram model. Should I have a wiener reduction surgery? I used to tell a joke all the time when people would be like, you got a 3-inch thing? I'm like, yeah, from the floor. Yes, they are the product. Models model products. If they're not modeling a bikini and say, yes, you can buy this bikini, you can buy this hat, these beautiful gloves, this jewelry. They're saying, I'm the product. I'm showing you what myself. I'm for sale. Oh, jeez, man. Oh, this stuff's crazy, man. Let's see. Yeah, dude. Do you remember the? I don't know how old you are, cheese balls, but do you remember the duck lips thing when all the girls would just do that all the time? They would like in all the pictures, and then lip filler became a big thing, and then like they just had that all the time, and then it gets worse. Worse and worse. Insecurity reduction surgery. Yeah, get yourself some. Isn't that what I was talking about? The eyelid surgery. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. So you probably old enough. You remember that. That was like 8 years ago or something when everybody was doing duck lips. Do you recall Space Cowboy? I recall Space Cowboy ass, man. All right. Oh, jeez. Unusual people who took plastic surgery too far. All right, we'll do this. Yeah.
Well, I had bad plastic surgery.
There's nothing wrong with the occasional body tuck-in surgery or even the Brazilian butt lift that is becoming pretty popular. But there are some people who have taken plastic surgery a little too far.
Geez.
From transforming themselves to animals to taking up the look of inanimate objects. Here are 10 of the most shocking ones. Before we dive into this list, make sure to leave a like on this video. Also, if you'd like to join us on Starving,
I'm going to the Dr. Wiener to have my wiener reduction surgery.
Then all you have to do is subscribe to our channel and watch this video until the end to find and comment the hidden message. Good luck. Number 10, Ethan. Ethan became obsessed with tattoos at the tender age of 11.
I am the world's youngest, most modified youth,
jeez, man.
at least for the moment.
At that time, he had already started stretching out his ears with plugs. Although this wasn't so weird for the time since it was quite trendy. Still, this good-looking kid became more interested in modifying his body because he wanted to be different. From experimenting with different tattoos, Ethan had already gotten 40 body modification surgeries by the time he was 22. Among his many surgeries was snipping his tongue, removing his belly button, and tattooing his eyeballs.
Calm down,
Every inch
Edward.
of his skin is covered in tattoos, and he is one of the most modified youths alive. With hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram, you don't need further proof to know how captivated people are by this unique look. Of course, Ethan ran the huge risk of going blind when he wanted to get his own tattoos, but it ended up going well. Number 9, Pixie
yes,
Fox.
jeez,
Pixie
brother.
Fox wanted to make herself have the tiniest waistline possible in 2015.
Oh, God.
To achieve this,
Listen.
she started by wearing a corset.
It's so hard to Governor Torre, brother. It's so difficult. Like, I don't know how many people have a natural reaction to knowing, like you know, when you smell puke or hear it, like you get like like it's just something bad, or when you see something bad about to happen and you like naturally look away, like that aversion, that like, dude, I have a problem with people that really hack their bodies up. I don't know why. Is that a personality disorder or something? Thank you, Blue. Thank you. Thank you, my Blue.
Every single day. At first, this got her waist to about 18 inches, which is really not bad, but she wanted more. Pixie decided that it was better to have 6 of her ribs removed.
6
Before that
ribs?
surgery, she'd already gotten several other cosmetic procedures.
Like what?
Including
Boob
a
job?
Brazilian butt lift, liposuction on her inner and outer thighs, 4 nose jobs, cheek fillers, 4 breast jobs, lip
Thanks,
fillers,
Space
a mini
Cow.
brow
He has
lift,
the personality,
permanent
for
makeup,
sure.
and Botox surgeries. Now that's quite a list. The surgery took about 4 hours, and she plans on having more modifications to her body.
My name is Paulina, and I spent over
poor
200,000
girl.
pounds for my
Jeez,
Number 8,
man.
Rodrigo Alves. Rodrigo Alves had always
dude.
had the dream to look exactly like the Ken doll.
Me, Rodrigo Alves, it is a full-time job. It involves a lot of plucking and lasers and bleach and makeup.
Not just the face, but down to the shiny plastic-like skin. So
He's
he
got
went ahead to spend more
fake
than
muscles. He
$900,000
had.
on plastic surgery.
Did you see he had those fake ab implants? Yeah, those aren't real muscles. Those are silicone muscles. If you don't like your body, it's a thing. Yeah, I understand, absolutely, but it's so hard. Stupid tomato. It's so Barbie. If you're so messed up, you think you can become whatever you. But the thing is, with the amount of money that you spend on all of these surgeries, you could have done so many other things to help correct whatever issue you have psychologically before going under the knife. And the thing is, it'll never end because they haven't even started the aging process. They haven't even started aging yet. What happens when you're 45, 50, 60 years old? You're going to just keep cutting off your skin as it wrinkles more and more facelifts? Ah, brother. Ken from Barbie, baby. And Wonder destroys body nowadays. And the Wonder how? It's going to get bad, guaranteed.
Skin. So he went ahead to spend more than $900,000 on plastic.
$900,000. $900,000. Almost $1 million to look like Ken. Richard started the aging process 2 decades ago. Governor Torre, some Dumas put $20,000 for dried lips on her eyes. Yes, 20 grand. At first, I thought the guy was AI. Brother, I wish. What up, Drong, brother? Boom, 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 boom.
Plastic surgeries to make this doll-like appearance possible. The desire to change his body started in high school, where he got bullied a lot for his appearance. Rodrigo suffered from abnormal hormonal fluctuations when he was 16, and this caused him to grow breasts. He was also teased continuously about his potato.
Oh, what is that called when you grow boobs as a man? Gynomastia. I got it wrong. Gynomastia? Gynomastia is the benign enlargement of the glandular breast tissue in males rather than just fat caused by a hormonal balance of estrogen. Jeez, people's condensation creates a reward system as well that causes they start doing to gain attention. Right. And when you do that, and the internet says, "Oh my goodness, go, you go," like then it's just like, and then they get used to you, and then that draws down, and then you're gonna be like, "Hey, I'm gonna get another surgery." Because you're like, okay, I'm just going to repeat the same thing I did, which means talk about getting a surgery, getting hyped up, getting the surgery, getting hyped up, and then dropping off, and then talk about getting a surgery, getting hyped up, and then getting the surgery, and then dropping off. Because it's you have to understand how rarity works, how value works in things like that. You got to understand how uniqueness works. This is why people that go on OnlyFans and stuff, they don't stay popular forever because they're no longer unique. And another person will be signing up a day after you signed up, and they're just going to be one day more unique than you. So you have to understand and plan for things like that. And these people don't. He was fine when he does 95 surgery. Yeah, he looked fine. You had that, Monk? From smoking too much weed. Puberty. Weed. I heard weed could do that. Ended up craving the attention. Yeah. Send you a voice note on Discord. Just wanted to introduce myself. Monologue went over 8 minutes. Check it out. All right, I'll check it out, Drunk. And he was a good-looking guy. Nice set of freaking teeth. Nose smaller than mine. Blue eyes. Freaking nice head of hair. Yeah, look, good looking guy. Had a set of boobs.
So it's no surprise that he fell in love with surgeries after his parents took him for breast removal surgery at 17. Rodrigo was able to achieve the shiny skin thanks to countless skin grafting surgeries. He also had about 10 surgeries before he could get the Ken nose right. Unfortunately, he got an infection on the 6th surgery that almost took his life.
No
Still,
way.
he survived. Despite
No
his
way. Was he in Shrek movies? Like, for real? Please tell me that's the truth. Was he really covenantary?
nose not working as it should. He breathes through his mouth and can't even take in scents.
His
Later,
nose
he had
doesn't
another
work.
surgery on his arms to make them more muscular, but ended up paralyzed. Despite the another surgery on his arms to make them more muscular, but ended up.
He had a surgery on his arms to make them look muscular, and he went paralyzed. No, he looks like, oh, the zesty blueprints. Doesn't matter that much. You get ugly from within. Summer enough. Right. You're ugly from within, right?
Paralyzed.
Yeah.
Despite the
Life was
very
hard
real
enough
threat of
already.
having his arms
Hold
chopped.
on.
But ended up paralyzed. Despite the very real threat of having his arms chopped off, he survived and was able to get them working again. Number 7, Toby Sheldon. We have quite a lot of people with favorite celebrities that they would love to be like, but no one has actually tried to make themselves an exact copy of their idols. Well, that was until Toby Sheldon. He was so in love with Justin Bieber that he decided he
What
wanted
up,
to look
crying fish?
exactly like his celebrity.
Brother, this is people that do crazy amounts of plastic surgery and go too far. Yeah, dude, that's so crazy. I'll be popular if I just look like Justin Bieber. I'll be beautiful if I just like, people will like me if I look like Justin Bieber.
The idol.
When Justin Bieber got famous, I was so jealous of his good looks. He had this baby face that I just really liked.
So Toby went off to a plastic surgeon with a picture of Bieber and told him, "Make me exactly that." This cost him more than $100,000, as he had his lips, nose, eyes, hair, and face done repeatedly until he felt it looked just right. By the time it became public knowledge that Toby had gone under the knife countless times to be like Justin,
crying fish,
he was
not plastic
mocked a
surgery,
lot.
like a crying
Later, he
fish.
got featured in 2014 on Botched, which is a
No,
show.
absolutely. Hardcore narcissism. I mean, he looked kind of like a he kind of did, I think, and probably that's what happened. Like somebody said to him, some boyfriend said, you know, you look like an uglier version of Justin Bieber. And he was like, oh, never. You could probably get a lot of free drinks if you look like Justin Bieber. Just don't let people goat you into singing. Yep. You're like, I'm baby.
For people who went through terrible plastic surgeries. But this is not where the story ends. Toby tried to launch his music career on the back of being a Justin Bieber lookalike, but it was a massive flop. In 2015, he went missing and was later found dead in a motel after taking some harmful substances. Number 6, Cindy Jackson.
Yeah, so finally reality shows up and says, dude, you spent all that money and did all this to try to be someone else. You tried to replace Justin Bieber. You wanted to make music and basically just replace Justin Bieber instead of finding out who you really are and doing that. You just tried to replace someone else's life. And then he realized, oh, yep, R.I.P.
Cindy Jackson looks like any regular person, and you wouldn't think that there was anything unusual about her appearance. But that's until you discovered that it took more than 45 non-surgical procedures and 14 surgeries to achieve that look. Her list of surgeries so far includes a chin reduction, 2 eye lifts, liposuction, 2 nose jobs, and 3 facelifts. She also had semi-permanent makeup, chemical peels, and Botox fillers done. This all started when her father died when she was 21, and Cindy started using her inheritance money to get some minor surgeries.
Oh, jeez. He's like the Walmart brand Justin Bieber. Yeah, everything's good, Drong, brother. What up, Buckley? You know that clavicle guy is going to spend $30,000 to make his face look like a bike seat. What a moron, dude. Oh, jeez. I don't know the guy, dude, but I know the type, and it's, man... Envy is a cardinal sin. She looks hot right there. Yeah, so is lust. There you go, Tiny. Welcome to Adult Swim. What up, TW?
She never liked the way she looked, so this was a great opportunity to change her appearance into something she preferred. Slowly, this turned into an obsession that Cindy started going for body modifications just a few months apart.
It's not till after you have surgery that you realize there's always something about each one of us that we look at first in the mirror. And the problem is that's the only thing that you see. After you have surgery on that, then you stop looking at whatever it is and you start looking at the next thing. Something will always be wrong. That woman need vitamins. That's right. Justin Bieber's a good guy. Seems like a good guy. Yeah, I've never met him. Did just every Hollywood actress get some work done? Yeah, pretty much. Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Stop talking to me, Monk. Yeah, hate's also a cardinal sin, Tiny. What up, little man?
Art. In fact, at some point, she held the record of having the most plastic surgeries done on her body. After she lost that record, she still had a neck lift done. Cindy later opened her plastic surgery consulting service.
No
way. The youthful-looking
way.
lady advises celebrities on how they can get natural results for their surgeries. Number 5, Vanilla Shampoo.
Vanilla
It's not a
Shampoo.
strange thing to see people get eyelid surgery in Japan.
Yeah, don't
because
use
they
it
wanna
like
look
that,
more
Dinah.
Western.
Anna
In fact,
Nicole
it's a
Smith,
trend that-
yeah. Mr. Redcaps, long time, brother. Tiny can't face the truth. Guys, get along. You're all good people. Stop bitching at each other.
It's gotten quite popular over the years. But Vanilla Shampoo decided to take this a little bit further.
Dude, why did she put like makeup bruises on? And those I think those are the contacts that Ken was talking about. Like the irises look bigger and the pupils look smaller. And look at is that bruise? I think that's all makeup. I know. Calm down. Let it go. You got to know each other a little better over the time. Is getting cross tattooed a sin, brother? I don't know. I don't think anybody should be getting anything tattooed until they're 30 at least, because we go through so many phases in life, and people think that they find themselves when they're young, and they don't. They think they know what they are. They know who they are. I don't know. The Naked Gun movie. Yeah, great movie. Yeah, Naked Gun and Naked Gun 2.5. The Smell of Fear.
In 2013, the Japanese model began her journey towards transforming her body into a French doll. First, she started by bleaching her skin to look Caucasian. Then she had work done on her hair to turn it
dude.
ginger before working on her face, lips, and nose. All these started in her teens when she also enlarged her breasts and changed her chin. Of course, this wouldn't be complete without the popular eyelid surgery. Vanilla spent more than $100,000 on about 30 plastic surgeries, and she's not done yet. She plans to get even the dangerous height-lengthening surgery that would chill anyone to their bones. Number 4, Dennis.
He's dead.
For someone that believed stronger in the power of spirit animals, Dennis decided to take it a step further by transforming himself into what he believed was his own spirit animal, the tiger.
My given name is Stockton.
Oh yeah, yeah.
His
Platoon's a good movie. Yeah, Platoon's like a must-see for movie fanatics. Absolutely. I don't know, Dennis. Is that you? Is that you? This guy Dennis is no longer alive, though. He left the planet.
Began when he was 23 years old, and it all started with one tiger stripe tattoo. From then on, Dennis kept adding more tattoos and going through several surgeries to make him cat-like in appearance. His surgeries included elongation, brow implants, and nose flattening. Dennis also wears synthetic whiskers, which pass through holes in his lips. However, body modifications are illegal in the United States if they're not normal by society standards.
What? What are you talking about? Are body modifications illegal in the United States? Are not illegal in the United States, but their legality is regulated. While standard tattoos appears illegal, more extreme like eyeball implants or sclera face tattoos strictly in certain jurisdictions. Sure, right. Illegal for all 50 states. Eyeball implants, eyeball tattooing, tongue splitting. Right. Yeah, not that. He didn't say that correctly. That was just to try to make America sound bad. The enlarged pupils tell it all. Your persona's a tiger shark. My fursona, gotcha. No, they're not Lamau. Got seeing your guy next to your bed. Not the United States. Platoon was okay. I like the Thin Red Line. Thin Red Line was good.
So he had them done by independent artists without anesthesia.
Oh!
You can only imagine the pain he went through to make this happen, but he believes it's all worth it. Number 3, Anne. Getting plastic surgery to make yourself look younger is quite common, but have you ever heard of surgeries to make you look older? Apparently, Anne, who became a grandmother at the age of 47, wasn't happy with how her son was often mistaken for her boyfriend. Also, she had younger men in their 20s flirting with her.
Musical
and this ruined a marriage
yeah,
and 2
tongue
long-term
splitting.
relationships.
Tongue splitting, Buckley, brother. Tongue splitting. Biggest glow downs in the history. They just threw their lives away. Yeah. Taking Therianism is correct. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Fed up with this and the jealousy from her friends, Anne decided that it would be better
She
to
wanted to make
look
herself uglier because of jealousy of her friends.
Much older. She felt the attention from the younger guys was boring and got the inverse of Botox.
This is serious cope. Serious cope. She knew she was getting older. She could see it, and she was like, how am I going to confront everybody? I'm going to tell them that I'm getting surgeries to look older. That way she doesn't have to deal with getting older. She's like, I know, I did it to myself. I'm actually much more beautiful than this, but I made myself look older. That's so crazy. What up, William, brother? That's so cope.
Which would add some wrinkles to her face.
To add wrinkles to her face. And like some tribes, they're even kids or as modern adults.
Number 2.
Here's another tongue splitting. Jeez.
Frog. We call this the lizard man, and it took more than 700
and the shaving
hours.
the teeth down. Like, dude, like teeth, dude, can get sensitive unless you have enough vitamin K too. But I kind of, oh man.
Of tattoo sessions to get to this point. All
How,
he
hold
wanted
on,
to
what?
Do. Number 2, Eric Sprague. We call this the lizard man, and it took more than 700 hours of tattoo sessions to get to this
20 years
point.
ago, tongue splitting
All
was
he wanted
popular.
to do was
Yeah,
to
I remember. Yeah,
The spitting image of a lizard, and the tattoos gave him realistic-looking reptile scales. He also got implants in his eyebrows and a split tongue to make his face look exactly like that of a lizard. So, why would anyone go this far with crazy modifications?
I mean,
and get used to
so back in the day, circus was the internet. The circus. Like, so you would have freaks, circus freaks, because that would sell tickets. Now the tickets are views. So you do things to get on the internet, so people will be like, oh, and they'll spend, you know. I don't think I can watch this. You're scary. Sorry, Drog.
Being stared at while touring the world in freak shows. Well, he believed that he's a mythological creature.
This will go hard in 2004. Yeah.
Number 1.
Right.
Herbert.
Biting your tongue is bad enough. Yeah, dude.
Chavez.
Imagine it like having and the other guy that had his tongue split said they did it without anesthesia. So they cut it without anesthesia and they stitched it back up without anesthesia. And your tongue moving like it's ow, 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 ow. Oh, I don't know, just accept it. I'm not sleeping tonight.
We all had crazy wishes when we were 5, especially those that grew up watching superheroes like Spider-Man and Superman on television. But one man decided to turn this dream into reality. Herbert always wanted to be a Superman. And while we thought it was as simple as stepping into a phone booth and coming out transformed...
Wow, that's freaking... Those don't look like the same I mean, I guess, obviously. What up, yuppie, brother? I thought today was Sunday. Yeah, it is Saturday. Thank you, brother.
Herbert
You too,
went
yuppie.
under the knife to make it happen. This man spent more than $8,000.
Student Award.
which
Welcome
were
back,
about
brother.
19 surgeries
Governor
from
Torre,
1995 to 2012.
Michael Jackson. Well, let's see real quick where we at. Please.
Talk about
Day and
man
night difference.
dedicated
Yep,
to
all's
course.
going good. Yeah,
His
yeah.
surgeries included ab implants, lip liposuction,
Ab implants. Like so this is something interesting. Like, why not? Like you're doing all this stuff. Why not just get abs? Because it's only about the aesthetic. It's not about the actual. He doesn't want to be like Superman, so he's freaking pumping iron and freaking working out and making everything happen. He's just like, no, plastic surgery. The worst is really good-looking women getting outlaw biker prison tattoos, assassin tattoos. Yeah, brother. This is people who took plastic surgery too far.
skin whitening, and nose jobs. As soon as he went able to achieve the look that he wanted, no day would pass without Herbert dressing up as Superman and even going out onto the streets.
I admire Superman because he's such a good man. He is handsome and he helped people.
And with that, we end today's video. Which do you think really took plastic surgery too far?
Wouldn't be surprised
Are
if
there
you used
any other
plastic surgery to become Green
enthusiasts you
Goblin.
think should have made it to the list?
Yeah, we're
Leave
gonna
your
do
thoughts
one
down
more.
in the comments
We're
below.
gonna do one more.
Make sure you.
We're gonna do one more. Let's see. All right, let's just do this. Plastic. All right, let's see. Oh, botched. Worst plastic surgery fails. Narcissistic people don't have the much willpower to just no. Yeah, the thumbnails are rough. Oh, I missed it. Oh, jeez, look at that. So somebody super skinny tried to get a BBL. So they probably didn't have enough fat to make the BBL, so they put a breast implant in there. That's what it looks like. Because they're in a constant state of stress, all their energy is robbed, you know.
What? Roving butt implants, crushing chest capabilities,
Okay, it was an
and
implant.
wearing your heart on your chest.
Oh.
Today, we're back at it, breaking down and reacting to some of the most extreme plastic surgery fails and
Michael
body
Jackson is always there.
modifications
Rest
you've
in
ever
peace.
seen. Let's dive right in.
Tattoo artists are the biggest scumbags on the planet. They're routinely, consistently ruining people's lives with hideous tattoos. Yeah, brother, they just want that money. They just want that money. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it for free. Every man in this chat secretly wants to become Reese's Cup or a shark. You think so, brother? Nice response, Monk.
Me flip out. Right now, we're gonna just see what I deal with on a daily. So if I sit wrong, if I do anything wrong,
It moves.
Oh.
Whoa, so they're just like sitting in there, having their own dance party, flipping.
Yeah, so
and
she was too skinny to get a BBL, so she got an implant.
spinning around.
Where's the scar at? The dolphin BBL. What's a Reese's Cup? A Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. You don't know what those are? Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. These things. These are Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Probably someone who likes getting plowed. Yeah, probably. Yeah, or thinks that she's not getting enough and thinks that, you know, she just needs a bigger booty, because she's definitely skinny. And a lot of girls get fat to get bigger booties, and then they get the fat sucked out of their stomach and some out of their thighs to get put into their butt.
And so not appropriately anchored, not probably the appropriate size.
I don't have to have a Nicki Minaj booty. I'm skinny. I don't need Nicki, but I want a little something. And if you wanted a butt, you got to do either get the fat transfer or the implants. I didn't have the fat. I wanted the butt. I got the implants.
Okay, at least she knew her options, and she wanted to have a larger buttocks. Having your butt enhanced or enlarged would be a Brazilian butt lift, or a BBL, and that basically is when you take your own body fat from, say, your abdomen, and then you do a liposuction to those areas.
No, they'll no. They'll never be satisfied, because the problem isn't their bodies. Their problem is what they think about their bodies. But remove the body from the equation, and the problem is what they think. That they have something going on in their head. They don't see anything in themselves, and they don't have anybody in their lives letting them know that they're perfect, that just the way they are. BBC surgery. No, it's straight up addiction. And the thing is, when everybody that you know knows you, and then you get a plastic surgery, the attention goes up. And online, the attention goes up. But then they get used to that. And usually when that attention blows up, your personality changes for the worse. Now I'm a bad bee. I'm a baddie. And that kind of asshole personality comes out, and then everybody's like, yeah, whatever. So you had that and they're like, oh no, people don't think I'm the walking freaking embodiment of Christ. I gotta get something else done, and then you get something else done, and then the cycle continues, and the cycle repeats, and then there you go. You get the attention goes up, and then the attention falls down. Then another surgery, and the attention goes up. They need a Bible implant. That's right. It's probably a stress reliever for some. The pain might be, for some people. Yep, APD. It's like the Christmas. Everyone talks to you until January the 3rd, and then you got to wait a year. Yep.
And then re-inject it into the areas that you want to enhance.
Jabrina has what we call implant malposition. Not only are the implants in a pocket that's way too big, but they're in the wrong plane in the pocket, allowing them to flip around too easily.
So the wrong plane these implants were put in, thus making it a lot easier for them to move around, and then the pocket being too big, causing them to be able to
And she's showing everybody on the internet, look at my butt implants.
Around and literally do somersaults in there.
Brought some surprises with me.
You have something here? No.
Come on.
Get over it.
Let's see.
Okay, what do you got?
Okay, is this your surgery?
Oh my gosh.
This is, yes.
Good.
That is a surgery.
Yes, okay. He's a brave man.
Wait a minute, what?
What?
Thank you, Atomics, brother. Bam.
Doing
Thank
that
you,
is gonna
brother.
cause significant bruising, pain, a large hematoma, significant
Thank you.
amount of
I never
sweat.
understood why people wanted this. I always thought it'd be better to be natural, but I don't know, because attention is one of the most potent drugs. Like, I know I'm a bit ugly, but I have better things going. Right. And the thing is, when you're ugly and then you make yourself better, not your looks, but because your personality, your skill set, and what increases, then it shows people that you can overcome any physical issue that you think you have or that you have. And then that makes people appreciate you and respect you. This removes respect. So they just needed to add more baloney. What'd it do, Dean? What'd it do? The worst tattoo I ever seen was a beautiful 23-year-old woman with the most perfect breast you've ever seen, and some lowlife tattooed a giant red spider webs on them. Yeah, but how did attention become something like some sort of drama series? How? Internet. It's like the Twilight Zone of weirdness. Yeah.
to the area, and you're not going to want to do it because it hurts so bad, causing injury to your own breast. There could be a large hematoma or blood clot that forms underneath the tissue. That could either get reabsorbed by the body, which it often does, or it could actually start coming through the skin and actually the body expel it and then having a pretty decent scar there. Oh my gosh.
You're not going to do a watermelon here and get that over the place. No, I'm not going to do it.
Wow.
Susan has
Stop
a whole
doing
lot of force.
that.
She's able to break a...
See, this is all attention. Look what I can do with my giant boobs. Here, let me put this in your hand and slap my boobs against it. You recall finishing the floor? I'm done. Yep, I put out a video today showing it.
empty can, okay, takes some force, but not a lot. But a watermelon takes almost 300 pounds of force to be able to smash it like a sledgehammer. My first reaction is that this should still cause pain to the skin, to the nerves that innervate the area, to the underlying structures, but
all right,
didn't seem to
dude,
bother
seriously,
her, which the
come
doc
on.
is also concerned because it's like, wait a minute, if this doesn't bother the breast tissue, there's something wrong. The implant that's in there could be
The personality makes all the
encapsulized,
difference.
could
Being
be
good looking is an
solid,
advantage, but only
might
opens
have
a
so
few
much
doors.
inflammation around.
Right. This is the problem with people, especially people that use filters on the internet. When you, especially like dating apps and stuff, if you like a girl because of the way she looks on a dating app, and you show up and you could tell that she used filters and stuff on her photographs, then the conversation, if the conversation that you had leading up to the date was so good, then it's like, okay. But if it's just like, oh, you're just a liar, you know. Lucky the tattoo fad is losing steam. It went full bore for 25 years straight. Yep, a lot of tattoo shops made a lot of money. I don't know about 300 pounds doing something like that kind of damage. Doesn't sound too right, but either way, it was still weird. Let's see. Pounds of force to break a watermelon. 300 to 360 pounds inward force to crush the average watermelon. The exact amount depends on the size, because you're not hitting it in a 1-inch spot. You're hitting it over the whole melon, the melon on the melon, right? Like if you use like a screwdriver, you're putting all that force on a point. That's why knives work so well, because it takes all the pressure and puts it on one point. It actually looks worse in pictures, because I'm not able to smile on command. Really? Weird. Yep.
Around it, that it's actually walled itself off. A couple different things that can go on.
All right.
My name is Albert. I am 29 years old. And
Missing
I
a
am
pec.
Modesto, California. And I am literally missing my left pec.
Oh.
As a bodybuilder, it sucks, actually. My right side was growing muscle, and then my left side wasn't catching up at all.
Poland syndrome is a rare genetic disorder, and it has to do with basically the underdevelopment or lack of development of the pec muscle, your chest, usually
never heard of that
unilaterally,
before.
and it can involve not just the muscle, but also the ribs on that side and even hand. It's mostly related to the pectoralis major.
At that time, my aunt had mentioned that there was a doctor in Mexico. He had done work on another relative, breast implants, and she said he was a really great doctor, and then I was really anxious just to get it done, and it was going to be like maybe half the cost.
He's going out of country to Mexico, where a lot of people do have surgeries out of country because they're typically financially more affordable, but you run the risk of potentially poor care.
There was this random nurse lady. She didn't speak English, so she was just holding a bucket in front of me. I'm just throwing up everywhere. As soon as we got back, we rushed to the hospital and went and saw a doctor, and he obviously had no idea what was in there, so he said that my body was rejecting it.
In this circumstance, whatever implant might have been used, his body might have rejected, and so it's hard to know exactly what
How
he
much
had, but
can a
you
human
also
punch
could
away?
have a reaction to the
I think like the most I think is like 1,007 pounds. But when they do punching and kicking, they have their own thing that's not PSI. But we'll see. How many pounds per square inch is a punch? 150 to 250 heavyweight professional boxers. Oh, okay, they say over 1,800 pounds, 1,000 to 1,800 pounds. But yeah, 150 to 250. Weird. So I got to get a surgeon. Now I got to get a smile with. You have to get a smile with surgery. Wow.
the anesthesia. Unlikely you're going to have an infection sit in that fast. So when somebody has nausea, vomiting, not feeling well, either your body's reacting to something foreign or it could be reacting to medications.
So this guy in Mexico cuts this guy open, sticks something in his body like a breast implant. He starts puking and they send him back to America to get it cut out of him.
That you've had.
My name's Ayla. I don't consider what I do to my body mutilation. I just think it's accessorizing.
Implants.
Body modification is just kind of adding something that's different to your body.
We've seen this before on this channel where people do put subdermal implants in. Some people might have a reaction while others may not.
What's this? Oh, it is a silicone implant. I had the heart subdermal implant put into my chest because
And
I
it's
wanted
crooked.
something different as opposed to just a big tattoo because it is such a pretty part of a girl's body and I didn't really want to deface it but adorn it.
Let's talk about people who might reject these. What would you see? You typically end up seeing these being pushed out. The body would reject them like a splinter. You get a splinter, you can't get it out, and then over time it actually starts to make its way out. Same idea here. Sometimes these will erode through the skin and make its way out. I've seen this multiple times with different types of piercings.
The scar is from the original incision. The first implant that I got was about a 1/4 inch thick. It wasn't very visible. I figured if I'm going to have something there, I might as well go all the way, and that's when I got the second one put in.
You know, it's in an area.
It looks so. You know, when people have like goiter and tumors and stuff like that, there's just something about it, like because it's not colored. Like nipples are a different color. And so when a lump comes off, like your face is smooth and a lump comes off and it's a different color, like your lips. But just those lumps without color, it looks like damage, like a bone underneath is broken. Difference in the world with the same time zone.
It's over the sternum, so you just don't want to get an infection over the sternum into the sternum itself. That's something called osteomyelitis, because then your underlying structures are so important there. You get sternal infection, your heart's sitting right there, you get your heart infected, leading to myocarditis, endocarditis, and you might be, in a world of hurt.
First impression of Trevor is that, hey, here's a good-looking guy coming in with these huge things on his ears.
Decided to get my ears pierced. Maybe 3-4 months passed, and I started developing a keloid.
Wow.
Keloid
So what's a
tumors.
keloid? Keloid is excess scar tissue, and just depending on
Keloid
your
scar,
body,
yeah.
some people will produce more and more scar tissue versus others. People sometimes will get branding when they go to fraternity. Instead of getting a tattoo, they get a brand, and you can see that they get these big scars, and they're keloids.
So the good news is on your right ear. You can actually remove some of that keloid, or most of it, about 90% of it, maybe 95%. The problem with the left ear, the keloid has replaced the earlobe. We have to try to reconstruct that. So they're not going to be perfectly symmetric.
So that's good. Having the conversation with the patient about the appropriate
You had gauges?
expectation. We do this a lot.
Yeah, I had a couple of buddies have gauges. They all got rid of them. I'm not the ass man. Well, as far as the state of New York is concerned, I am the ass man. What?
Because our job in the ER, when people come in, it's emergency, right? Life-saving things, treating things appropriately. We get a lot of people that come in wanting to know what their chronic medical condition is. And sometimes we can help figure it out, but a lot of times we don't have.
I ripped them out. It's 3/16. Lucky I was able to heal. Use silicone, rub them together, and they looped in my ear.
Have all the resources, the time, the long history to figure this out. If you want to see more of this, definitely let me know in the comments. We'll do more and more episodes.
All right, that's freaking crazy. When I was young, I had good healing abilities, but now I'm older. You need to fast, brother. Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah. She took her plastic surgery out. Her boobs. No way. I don't know why I can't stop doing this. All right, let me see something real quick.
What's up?
Hey,
It's
Rich.
Charlie here, and
Have you
today
been?
we're
Have a
going
good
to be
night.
looking at-
I've been up the entire night learning carpentry. See you next time. All right, Drong, brother. Have a good night, brother. Have a good night, Drong.
top 10 people who had extreme surgeries. Have you ever looked at someone or something and thought, yeah, I want to look like that? This was likely a passing thought, but some people actually go ahead and do it. These are people who will make your jaw drop with the extreme surgeries they had to change their appearances. Before we begin, be sure to subscribe and press the notification bell
And he left the planet too.
Coming in at number 10, we have Justin Bieber. Now, Justin Bieber appears to be liked by everyone, and his music seems to be liked by people male, female, old and young. However, back in 2010, it was cool to not like Bieber, and nobody wanted to look like him. We all remember the embarrassing photos of ourselves rocking the Bieber haircut. However, back in 2012, it became one man's quest to turn into Justin Bieber. Toby Sheldon was 35 from Hollywood, and wanted to look exactly like...
35! Oh, jeez. I thought he was like 21. Justin Barber.
His idol. He showed his plastic surgeon a picture of Bieber circa 2010 and said, make me into that. He then spent over $100,000 turning his face, hair, eyes, nose, lips, and just about anything else into that of Justin Bieber's. He says Justin's extraordinarily beautiful and simply wanted to emulate the look. When it hit the headlines he'd done this, people were shocked and mocked him a lot. He later appeared on the E! show Botched in 2014, which is a show about people who had bad plastic surgeries. However, this man's tale gets even stranger. He began to try and launch his own career as a pop star, however this didn't take off. And in 2015, he went missing after breaking up with his boyfriend of 2 years.
I knew it.
And sadly, days later, he was found to have passed away at Motel 5 in Hollywood after consuming substances. Next up is French Doll. So we've seen one man turn into another person using surgery.
I remember
turning into an...
Jeez, I remember when I was young, I stabbed myself with a Bowie knife, using it as a screwdriver, a big old gas between my thumb and booger picker, sealed up in 2 days. That's freaking good. That's good healing factor. That's like Wolverine.
Inanimate object. In Japan, it's a popular trend to get eyelid surgery to look more Western. It's very quick and easy, and some people have been known to get it done in their lunch hour. Well, in 2013, one Japanese model named Vanilla Shamu, not her real name, decided to transform totally into a French doll.
And she's so pretty. She's so pretty.
Named Vanilla Shamu, not her real name, decided to transform totally into a French doll. This included bleaching her skin so she's Caucasian. She also reconstructed her nose, lips, face, and dyed her hair ginger. And of course got the very popular eyelid surgery that many Japanese women
and
get.
Boobs.
She spent over 10 million yen or $100,000 on over 30 plastic surgeries and still plans to have more. She wants to be a model and says she likes her new Western appearance a lot more. But as I said, she's not done on her quest to look like the most weird, Western person ever. She says she's still going to do liposuction, eyelash implants, dimple creations, and massive cheek implants. And the most extreme and dangerous surgery yet, height lengthening surgery. Now that really does sound like something from a horror movie.
Listen, that height lengthening, I mean, I'm tall, so I don't really understand it. Like, I don't know what it would be like to want to be tall. But dude, like breaking the freaking femur and fibia and tibia and stretching them out. It's like 1 millimeter a day, I heard. And it's gotta be horrible. And what do you think you deserve after you're tall? Do you think any girl is gonna be like, yeah, but I'm tall now, so I can date someone hotter? You know, like what do you think it's gonna do for you? Like I don't get it. I don't get it. Like the shortest guy I know, he had no problem because he was funny and he was short. He was like under 5 foot.
And is currently working in bars as a pop star. She has the scary glazed eyes of a French doll, which are very creepy. And her more recent procedures have actually been filmed live on Japanese TV as she plans to make herself famous due to her huge amount of surgeries. Next up is grandmother. Millions of regular people get plastic surgery every year. One of the main reasons people do this is to keep their looks and look younger. But have you ever heard of anyone getting plastic surgery to look older?
Hopefully they show what this woman looks
like.
like.
Bristol, UK got plastic surgery to make her look older. Now, there is a reason behind this, but I'm not sure how good of a reason it is. You see, she became a grandma at the age of 47. This led to things like her son being mistaken for her boyfriend a lot, which annoyed her. She was also constantly being flirted on by much younger men in their 20s.
That's such crap.
Now, you might think this would be complimentary, or at least a good thing to have younger men interested in you. However, Anne says this has ruined a marriage.
But which one's the older looking pictures?
She also says her friends are jealous of her and have abandoned her as she makes them look old. She says all the attention from young guys was flattering.
But where's the old picture? For a man under 5 foot, a midget. Yeah. And he was a freaking I think 11th or 12th stripe black belt. Like he owned 5 or 6 karate studios. He was badass.
First, but soon got
I'm
bored.
high and I
So
don't
Anne
look
got what
bad.
she
It's all
calls
about
the inverse of
personality.
Botox to add a few wrinkles to her face. She claims she even got called a gold digger one time as she was with someone who looked like an older man, when really she was the older one. She says she has nothing in common with younger guys who ask her out, which drives her mad, which is why she needed the surgery.
This dude, that dude right there, he was a lottery
Nothing in
winner.
common with younger guys who
And
ask her out, which drives
like
her
a couple of days after winning the lottery, he said, "Hey, I found the woman of my dreams."
mad, which is
She
why
doesn't want me
needed
for
the
my
surgery.
money.
What do you think about Anne's surgery and her reasons for it? Some call her self-obsessed and desperate for attention, while others say it could be a problem for her when it comes to relationships. Next up is Superman.
Oh, we
As
saw this
kids,
too.
we likely all wished we were Superman at some point. Well, one man actually decided to go ahead and do it. Of course, when Clark Kent went to transform into Superman, it was pretty easy. He would simply step into a phone box and it would be done. But for 35-year-old Herbert Chavez, it has not been that simple. The man from the Philippines has spent close to $8,000 to look like the real-life Superman.
jeez.
It took him 19 surgeries.
I mean, we
spanning
just saw
16
him. I
years
didn't
from
realize what his
1995 to
issues were.
2012 to complete his transformation. He's had nose job, skin whitening, lip liposuction, didn't know that was a thing, jaw realignment, pec implants, and ab implants to become
Yeah,
the
I
real-life
knew
Clark
it. The other
Kent.
one didn't say it, but I knew he had ab implants.
He'd wanted to do it ever since the age of 5 years old when he saw Superman on TV. As I said, we
Do you
all
remember rat tails? Does anybody still get rat tails hair? Like,
when we were 5, but we usually grow out of them. But for this man, this is not the case, and he really did it. He spent a fortune on the surgery, 300,000 pesos, which is about 11 years of wages in the country. He often
11
dresses as Superman when
years
he's
of
at home
wages.
and sometimes when he goes out on the streets. You may think this is odd, and perhaps it is, but on the bright side, he does aim to teach kids morals and brighten their day. He says he feels like a real-life superhero when he puts on his suit, as he makes
I
people's
just
days
showcased
better.
my
And in
foot-long
case you guys
pile on
aren't
a
convinced that
Discord.
this guy's a Superman superfan, he also has the world record for the largest collection of Superman memorabilia. He has an entire room in his house dedicated to growing his collection of over 1,400
where?
items.
He didn't send it to
Next
me.
up is Kim
Asian
Kardashian.
Superman.
We've seen people who have got plastic surgery to look like celebs already on this list. Now that is odd, but the reasons behind
Hello. Yeah, Asian Superman Wishmaster. Bro, maybe if it hits one of his implants, his ab implants, will stop it.
this one in particular make it seriously strange. Mila Sanaja is the ex-girlfriend of Chris Humphries, who later went on to be Kim Kardashian's husband for a grand total of 72 days. Well, it seems Mila got kind of jealous, because in 2013 she decided to turn into Kim Kardashian. According to TMZ, she got a top plastic surgeon named Dr. Matthew Schulman to perform a ton of surgeries on her to make her look
Damn,
like Kim K.
her
She got tired of being called the
ex-boyfriend
fat-
dated Kim Kardashian for 3 months. Or not even 3 months, a little over 2 months. Why are you looking for it? I was going to show everybody.
fat version of Kim Kardashian, so she decided to match her body. She says she's obsessed with Kim's body and wants her own body to be the same. She spent over $30,000 on a long list of surgeries all modeled after Kim. This includes, to name but a few, lips, lip injections, and a
Nostril
chest enlargement.
enlargement surgery,
She says she wants the
Botox
haters who criticize her body to eat their
I
words.
got
A
you,
few
brother.
years back, a photo
I
of her
got
without
you,
any
witch.
clothes was leaked, and she got a lot of nasty comments about her body. Perhaps that and her split with Chris Humphries caused her to totally change up her body and make it like Kim K.
That's crazy.
Next up is Barbie doll. If you're a girl, chances
Michael
are you played with
Jackson
Barbie
changed
dolls
the
as a
game.
kid. But
Absolutely.
did you ever want to become a Barbie doll? As we pointed out, many little boys want to become Superman, and the same thing is true for Barbies amongst girls. Well, one woman named Valeria Lakinova from
God.
Ukraine did just that. The 32-year-old model and entertainer spent $30,000 on surgery to look like a human Barbie doll. She has large eyes, a
Entertainer.
perfect face like a doll, and long blonde hair. She claims she looks the same as she did
Everybody's
when she
into
was
body
14.
mafia.
She dreams of one day becoming a professional singer and DJ and hopes her Barbie appearance will help with this. She says she only eats fish and fruit juice to keep her thin as Barbie. However, she actually finds the name Human Barbie insulting, despite many people nicknaming it her online. She's become somewhat of an online celebrity thanks to her looks, and now has over 60,000 followers on Instagram. Some say she looks as amazing as a real-life doll, while others say she looks plain weird.
She looks
Do you
fake,
find her doll
dude.
aesthetic hot or not?
Michael Jackson?
Next up-
No, dude. I think he had like 12 nose surgeries. Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson plastic surgery. 2 rhino appearance subjects, while he officially only admitted to 3. 2 rhino passes and a chin cleft. His transformation, Wiley. He broke his nose in 1979. 1980, he had chin clefts and implants. Other facial work. Other experts say he had additional serious cheekbone augmentation, eyelid surgery, and lip thinning. I don't know. I mean, maybe it was a joke back in the day, but I heard that like the reason his nose started to like deteriorate because he had so many rhinoplasties that there wasn't like anything left on the inside, and that's why it kept getting like smaller and smaller. Yeah, right. He was. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Palad? Yeah, he had vitiligo. I think they swapped him for years before his death. But who am I, Alex Jones? This chick, look at this, dude.
Angelina Jolie. This
One
is
got
an image
infected,
going
he had
viral
another
on
one.
the internet
Okay.
right now. Sahar Tabar from Iran is only 19, but has had over 50 surgeries to make her look like her idol Angelina
50?
Jolie. She says she uses technology, surgery, and makeup to create the look that stunned millions. She has a very popular social media account where she posts selfies with her cats. She looks
Of
like
course,
a
because she ain't posted one with her husband, the Jackson 5, Magic Johnson's son. Magic Johnson's son. Oh, jeez. What did he do? Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Gotcha. It doesn't look... Looks like his arms are too thin. Wow. Jeez. Yeah, Lord have mercy. Yeah, you gotta stay in the clique. Get that man in the WNBA. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. Yeah, son. Yeah, maybe that's what he's trying to do, go into the WNBA.
a normal Iranian teen beforehand, but now she looks totally different. Some criticize her new looks, while others say her plastic surgery does the right job. She used to have much smaller lips and plumper cheeks before the surgery. However, now her face is turning her into a social media star with over 70,000 followers.
Jeez.
She wears blue contact lenses, has
Can
sharp
money
cheeks,
buy
and a very
everything,
pointed
but not
nose
a
and
healthy
sunken
mind?
cheeks.
Right,
Her goal
yes,
is to become a Hollywood
yes.
actress like Angelina one day. She's lost over 40 kilograms of weight in the space of a few months to complete her Angelina look. One of her Instagram followers says she looks like a zombie.
This is what she looked like before? Man, she was pretty. It's gotta be Photoshop.
Now, do you think Sarah could give Angelina a run for her money or not so much? One thing's for sure, this is one extreme surgical makeover. Next up is Ryan Gosling. This is yet another case of somebody trying to turn into a celebrity. We all know it can be tough to break into the acting world and go pro. So if you don't think you have what it takes to become a famous actor, just emulate the look of one. Nicholas Ryan, who's 32 from New Jersey, is an aspiring actor. He wasn't getting much work, which is when he saw how much work Ryan Gosling was getting. He then spent $5,000 on Botox and fillers to make his face look exactly the same as Ryan Gosling's. However, as you probably know, there's a lot more to acting than just looking the part. You have to play it too, and well.
Yeah, see, this is the thing about like narcissism too. You think you're so great, and the only thing holding you back is your looks, or you haven't talked to the right person yet, or you haven't been in front. He thought that I'm just perfect. I'm the best actor there possibly is. I've been lying to myself for years. So then, you go get plastic surgery. Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, you like them? Yep, it does.
Hopes it will improve his chances with women. You just better hope they haven't heard about all your Botox beforehand. Despite being called Nicholas Ryan, his stage name is Ryan Nicholas to complete the effect of Ryan Gosling. He says he's secretly excited to see how much women will think he looks like Ryan Gosling. He got his surgery done by another top Hollywood plastic surgeon named Tim Nevin. He also managed to make his jawbone far more defined like Gosling's. What do you think of Nicholas's new look? Is it like Gosling or not? Or is it better? Next up is Jessica Alba. On the subject of people transforming into celebs, Jessica Alba, don't think you're safe. We've covered how many Asian women try to be more Western with plastic surgery. Well, in 2010, a 21-year-old Chinese woman named
Why
Xiao
people
Qing
treat me
broke up
bad?
with
It
her
must be something
ex-boyfriend.
about my
She wanted
appearance.
him back and his
Right.
favorite actress was Jessica Alba.
Yeah.
So she spent a lot of cash and time transforming her looks into that of Jessica Alba's. She dyed her hair blonde and bleached her skin white. She also underwent eyelid surgery and even got a nose and lip job. She says before they broke up, he gave her a blonde wig and asked her to wear it all the time. Yeah, I thought she was odd, but that ex-boyfriend sounds awful. Anyway, this made her totally dye her hair blonde after they split to desperately get him back. She says she's psychologically weak and seems seems to always need a boyfriend. But it looks like despite all the stuff she
Yep.
tried to do to win her ex back, she's still single. But in all seriousness, Xiaoqing, if you're watching, what's your phone number?
Why, brother?
Next up is...
Because a lot of very beautiful people are famous. A lot of famous people are beautiful, let me say. So they think that it's just their looks holding them back. Yeah, brother. People recognize narcissists way before they open their mouths. Yeah, they swapped her. There's energy around them. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the main character energy thing, but they'll let you know how little you mean. And if I just had this, if I just had that, I would be way. And when I get my big shot, I'm not even gonna remember you. Like they have that kind of freaking energy.
Ken doll. So, we've already seen the real-life version of the Barbie doll, Valeria Lukyanova from Ukraine. Well, we all know that every Barbie doll needs a male Ken doll counterpart.
I think
Well,
celebrity
Rodrigo Alves is a
are
plastic
selling their
surgery
celebrity.
addict.
Yeah,
He spent
no,
hundreds of
absolutely, yes.
thousands of dollars on his looks and still does today. In 2017, he spent $373,000 on his face and teeth to make it look exactly how he wants. He also spent $19,000 on feminizing his hairline, so his face may look how he wants, but what about getting the body he wants? Most people
Yeah, do you see them helping the world? I mean, they donate here and there, but supposedly it's not like they're helping anything. No, they don't help anything. Yeah, they got tic-tac teeth.
In hours at the gym to achieve this, but Rodrigo thought, why not just buy it? So,
and that's the thing. Like you can tell by people that get muscle implants without, like, why don't you just go? So they have the money to do these things. They have the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do all these surgeries rather than saving a $40,000 and just working out for a few months to get abs. It's not like he's obese. You know, he could have got abs in a few months. Sometimes I feel like the main character because it's my perspective of the world, but I realize since the world is so bad, I would be the main character of that world. Right. Is that the world you want to be the main character of? And listen, we all see things from our own perspective, but we understand that, like, people that act like this, nobody else matters. They're all extras. So you can have main character energy, but understanding and appreciating your fellow cast members. These people are the type of people that be like, don't look at me when I walk into the room. No, don't look me in the eyes unless I talk to you first. And like they want to be superstar because they want to be a jerk. It takes like 2 weeks to grow some abs. The Jamalama had a dysfunction.
2017, he spent $22,000 on fake abs and showed
$22,000 for that. And there's a big ass scar right there. Like they just cut right into him right there to do the implant instead of going into the belly button. Yeah, but they still weak. Doesn't mean like anything. But they're still weak. It doesn't mean anything. No. Right. Just the reasoning behind it. And you can maintain it doing crunches like twice a week. Yeah, it doesn't take long. Yeah. What if I told you that every one of us are main characters in our lives? We are, right? But like I was saying, but you can appreciate the people that are also in the movie with you, rather than just being like, all of you pissants, blah, blah, blah. Yep, those implants, but yeah, bozos do these implants. It's so weird. If anything like those modifications make you weaker, your system doesn't handle it well. Right, it absolutely makes bad things happen. Fake muscles, agreed.
them to paparazzi while shopping at the Grove in LA. I have no idea where he gets all his money from, but suffice to say, it seems it all goes on his looks. What do you prefer?
I think a lot of it's prostitution. I think a lot of these people, they go on the internet and then like people are like, how much? And they're like, well, can you get me a surgery? I mean, like, how do you get that much money? Like, how does he pay for rent and room and board and car insurance, everything, like everything else space, and spend $900,000 on surgeries? Sylvester Stallone juiced up for the Expendables and Rambo movies. Sure. But he had the muscles. He juiced and worked out. He didn't just juice. Juicing without working out doesn't do anything for, you've got to do the exercises still, and it makes your muscles bigger, faster. So, someone is absolutely someone with a freaking wallet.
Barbie doll or the Ken doll? I'm not really sure. Check out the poll in the top right corner to vote for the most
that
extreme
stuff's so
surgery.
crazy,
And be
man.
sure to
It's
check
so
out my
insane
second
to
channel,
see
The
that
Crafty.
stuff.
There'll be a video for the Crafty coming up on screen in a
I don't know why I'm watching this stuff. Oh, jeez. Yeah, jeez, man. Donatella Versace, she went ape shit too. Let me see if it shows it. Look at this. Look at that, man. Look at that. Oh, jeez. That would be Space Cow. Arnold took the classic approach with that movie, the beard and cigars. Facelift gone wrong. Man, all right, let's go back to this. This is going to be Plastic Surgery Sunday. No way.
So obsessed with it to start injecting filler into your shoulders, your abs, and even shattering every bone in your leg just to be a couple inches taller. We're talking about the obsession of having a wide frame with a perfect 90-degree angle shoulder. So I've started looking into some of these Douyin beauty crazes, and the term 直角肩 is a trend going on about right-angled shoulders. The goal is simple. Your shoulder should be flat across the top and form a perfect, crisp 90-degree angle with your arm. Why? Because it gives the illusion that your neck is longer.
All right, we'll do that. I feel like making potatoes on a grill. Do it. Do it. Everything in China is fake. It seems like it, Tycoon. All right, we'll do that. We'll do this. Let's do another one. Let's duplicate this. South Korean. You can only get about 5 inches taller. Sorry, Ken. They use height increasing sort. Yeah. Breaking their legs. Why plastic surgery is destroying Korea. South
September
Chinese.
2016.
All right, we'll do that next.
A 24-year-old university student named Kwon Dae-hee walks into a plastic surgery clinic in Gangnam, Seoul. He wants a V-line jaw, the same sharp, sculpted jawline you see on every K-pop idol, every Korean drama lead, every Korean reality star, and every billboard in the subway. He's been editing his photos for months to preview what it would look like.
Oh,
his
come
family
on. This is all
worries,
gonna be
tells him
AI.
not to do it. Kwon books the appointment anyway. The clinic was prominent. It had operated for 14 years without a reported incident. And most importantly, the head surgeon oversaw every procedure
I would like to
from
be an inch
start to
taller.
finish.
Where
CCTV footage
height
from the
shoes.
operating room shows the plastic
George
surgeon beginning the
Kawhi, the
procedure at
boxer.
12:56 p.m., cutting into
I'm
Kwon's
6'4".
jawbone with 3 nursing assistants present. About an hour later, the surgeon walks out. In his place, a recent medical school graduate with no plastic surgery license enters the room and continues the operation. The surgery takes over 3 hours when it should have taken less than 90 minutes. After the operation, the nurses are left to monitor Kwon as he bleeds. They mop the blood off the floor 13 times. Medical professionals later assessed that he had lost roughly 3 times the amount of blood the doctors reported. Kwon's brother receives a call that evening. Kwon is not doing well. By the time he arrives at the hospital, Kwon is unconscious.
You're in Boston?
7 weeks later, he
How you
tragically
doing,
passes
Aaron?
away, only 24 years old. Kwon's story is extreme, but the system that produced it is not. In the Gangnam district alone, there are 457 registered plastic surgery clinics.
457?
1 in 5 women in South Korea have had plastic surgery, and among female college students nationally, the figure is roughly 1 in 2. But this video is not only about Korea. Korea is the canary in the coal mine. So the question is not why Korea became the plastic surgery capital of the world.
All right, now I want to watch that.
It is smaller, and your clothes, well, they hang better. The ultimate dream, kind of like having a architecture major work on your entire body.
就不会那么僵硬，你这样动个肩膀，哎，都是很 OK， 它不会说它就掉下来了。
Now, this trend blew up on platforms like Douyin and Xiaohongshu, where trends pretty much evolve at the speed of light at this point. Many Chinese idols naturally have this shoulder shape, naturally, as in genetics. But come on, I ain't letting genetics stop me from doing stretch res, which is exactly what the Douyin influencer Chu Jingyi thought. Back in June, she attended an event wearing an off-the-shoulder dress. Her studio released photos that made her shoulders look extremely perfect and defined, like almost as if they weren't real, like someone used the polygon lasso tool on her. Now, Jingyi naturally had very narrow shoulders, and she was short too. So when you're short with narrow shoulders, the camera angles can proportionally make your head look a lot larger. Nessun said that it looked like she had the big head filter on. So shoulder pads became her go-to styling weapon. Whether she's filming dramas, attending events, or appearing on shows, she wears shoulder pads to balance her head-to-body ratio. Now, shoulder pads, I know it's goofy, but they've been around for a bit. And many influencers use this shamelessly. And I mean, it was so obvious that it looked like your next favorite BL manga pretender. But pads? That's for little boys. Real men and women inject filler into their shoulders to make it look bigger. Clinics in cities in Shanghai started advertising hyaluronic acid injections across the top of your shoulders to make them proportionally larger. The filler fills in the natural dip near the acromion and the clavicle, raising the shoulder line to make it appear a lot flatter and wider. Some people even inject Botox into their traps to weaken it and create a gentler slope. We went from hitting shoulder day to injecting shoulder day. At first glance, people are like, oh, it's just hyaluronic acid. It's the same things used in lip filler. Calm down. But here's the thing. Your lips don't carry Chinese groceries. Your shoulders do, and they move constantly. They rotate, they lift, they bear a lot of weight. So doctors have warned that too many filler can actually compress blood vessels and nerves, and it can actually cause skin necrosis and even deform muscles.
Exercise.
And because hyaluronic acid dissolves over time, you need to top it up every 6 months or so to keep that crisp shoulder aesthetic. So essentially now you're just stuck in a subscription plan for having wide shoulders.
Right,
And
that's
don't even
what
get
they
me started
want,
on the wrist.
subscription plan. They want you constantly paying. They don't want to just do an implant and call it a day. They want you having to come back because as it starts to go, well, you're like, oh no, the surgery that makes me is going wackadoodle. Dang it. Time to pull out the credit card and get another one. All right, let me do this real quick. Bam, 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 bam. There we go. Wackadoodles. Crypt Keeper levels, yep. Side raises are free, right?
Because once the filler dissolves, your shoulders may look even worse than before. All for what? So your off-the-shoulder dress hits different for 3 Instagram posts? And this is just the beginning, because once influencers decided that shoulders were not enough, we escalated. We entered the Chinese BBL and fake abs era. I'd never thought I'd say such things. Take Yang Mi. During an awards show, viewers noticed her perky peach shape behind shifting and sagging slightly on stage. Netizens went completely wild because they started analyzing this frame by frame. But who would have thought that even male actors would suffer the same fate? During a magazine shoot, celebrity Zhang Xincheng attempted to lift up the female model, and suddenly, his booty pads just started visibly bulging out. And he responded by saying that the wind got too strong and the air went in. He even posted videos of his regular gym workouts as proof that his physique was real. And netizens were like, sure, bro. Or the C-drama, The Blue Whisper, netizens noticed that the actor Ren Jialin's abs looked suspiciously silicone. I mean, at least blend the neckline. Right. Now, if wearing booty pads and muscle suits already sound ridiculous, remember, this is the least extreme because these are just props. You can wear them, you can take them off.
I don't know, brother.
What if I don't want to wear it?
The world's getting weird.
I want it to be permanent. So what inevitably spawns from all of this? Somebody who injected their entire body with filler. Enter Andy Hao, the fashion and beauty influencer who spent around 4 million yuan on 40 hyaluronic acid injections to sculpt his body. $500,000 on filler.
$500,000.
Andy has 100,000 followers on Douyin, and he openly states that 20% of his body contains hyaluronic acid. Over several months, he received hyaluronic acid injections into his shoulders, collarbone, chest, and abdomen. The goal was to carve out defined muscle shapes. and mainly his artificial.
I'm doing good, Maki.
The injections essentially created ridges under his skin designed to look like abdominal muscles, basically sculpted lumps placed strategically to make it simulate definition. And the craziest part, he calls himself a pioneer in cosmetic bodybuilding. Not a bodybuilder.
Cosmetic
a cosmetic
bodybuilding.
We have officially separated muscle from hard work.
Great.
In a video, he said, "I totally agree that
trap-
muscles
yeah,
do
I'm
not grow
sure
on
they do.
cowards." Which is, I mean, already ironic. He even taunted netizens, asking if they would dare to endure what he endured.
首先呢，我非常认同你们所说的那句话。肌肉永远不会长在懦夫身
Muscles
上。
will never
但是你
grow
要知
on
道，
cowards.
我都打了这么
So
多
he's
了，
rage baiting people
我
to
已
do
经
it.
不是懦夫了。换成
Shut
你的
your
话，你敢打
trap.
吗？
I put hyaluronic
对不对？
acid
我
on your face, not in it, right? Shaibi, we got artificial bodybuilders before GTA 6. Shaita. How you doing, Steve? Yeah, dude. Yeah, he definitely has a stick neck.
是在我身上，我喜欢，我满意就好了。为什么我要取悦于你们呢？还有就是说一眼假的问题，假的真不了，
Fake
真的
can't
假不
become
了。
real
我
and
没
real
说
can't
过它
become
是
fake.
真
I
的，
never
就
said
是
it was
假
real, so of course it's fake.
In another video, he claimed that he would crack walnuts with
Right,
his
that's
abs.
how they advertise it. Right, these are influencers. They're there to influence your purchases.
On live stream to prove their strength. 5 months after the procedure, he said the results looked even more natural as the filler finally settled in. Well, now that it's settled in, what happens in like 10 years? Many doctors warned that injecting 40 doses of hyaluronic acid could crush the skin and cause vascular
Yep, that's exactly
necrosis.
right.
Because muscles move and contract, but fillers are static. They just sit there. So while his abs might look realistic when he's standing still, when he moves around, they will not perform like actual muscles. So lumps can look uneven or maybe even distorted. So when the
it's
hyaluronic
bread.
acid eventually dissolves,
Influencing
because
crap.
it will dissolve, your abs might look even worse than before. And of course, he has to keep topping up every couple of months or he'll just watch his 8-pack abs slowly deflate like a balloon. He's at 40 injections right now, but he publicly stated that he's going to continue until 10,000 injections and hopes to apply for a Guinness World Record
Yeah,
if his
Governor
artificial abs
Torre,
last
yes,
at least
Mark.
3 years. And here's the thing, I get it. Social media amplifies everything. The most extreme trends go viral. You post a regular gym pic, cool. But inject 20% of your body with hyaluronic acid fillers, viral. I mean, some netizens are even...
Because people want to know. They want to see the injections because they want to know if they can also experience this. They see the gym and they're like, oh, that's months of eating properly and working out. But then, oh no, I can just go and... Why do they have fake abs? They're crazy. They're crazy. They could have real abs.
even cheering him on. Like, what are we doing? But there's
Yes,
still
that's
one
it,
thing that
right.
you
And
can't
the people that are saying that are probably bots to help other people. Be like, I want people to say that to me in the comment section. I want people to say "Go Queen" and "Go King" to me. And
inject your way into, and that is your height. Short kings and queens, prepare for what I'm about to say. We're talking about influencers literally breaking their own legs to grow taller. In China and across East Asia, height has always become a sensitive topic. Long legs have always been romanticized. There's this idea of the 9 head proportions, meaning that your total height should equal the height of your head multiplied 9 times. The taller you are, the more elegant. The longer your legs, the more of a model you are. Now, I'll try to explain this leg lengthening procedure in the most simple and less gruesome way possible.
It used to only be Hollywood, Bollywood, Chinawood people, you know, but once the social media became a thing and we could see our own faces on screens and other people, then because we knew how people were going to act, because this is the way people in Hollywood acted as attention waned and swelled, ebbed and flowed. So we already knew the psychology. It wasn't, oh, this is so new. It's like social media's new. No, we know how attention works. We know what these girls and boys will do for attention. But before social media, we never had a chance of becoming big stars. You know, and now you do. What up, Sir Jacob, brother? What up?
Essentially, the doctors saw the bones off in your lower leg or thigh in half, Then they insert an external fixator, usually like a metal frame or a stretching mechanism. In some cases, they insert a big titanium nail inside the bone for internal support. After that, every single day, the patient will turn screws and knobs on the device to gradually pull the two bone segments apart. Yes, you manually widen the gap between your own broken bones as they heal. You're supposed to lengthen around 0.8 to 10 millimeters per day with the goal of gaining about...
No. 0.8 to 1 millimeter a day. There's no way it's 10 millimeters a day. That's a centimeter a day. At this point, beauty standards are making people do the craziest things. Yes, absolutely. They make special sneakers. Right, well, do that. Don't freaking cut your legs in half. I like it, don't cut your legs in half.
6 to lengthen around 0.8 to 10 millimeters.
Yeah, no, he's missing the decimal point. It's no way it's 10 millimeters a day.
Per day with the goal of gaining about 6 to 8 centimeters over 3 months.
Right, 6 to 8 centimeters will be 6 to 8 days. Yeah, no, that was definitely wrong. He meant to say 0.8 to 1.
As the gap slowly increases, new bone tissue comes in to fill the space. And the National Health Commission of China forbids using this surgery for cosmetic purposes. So naturally, the underground market was like, bet. On platforms like Baidu, Douyin, and Kuaishou, many accounts started covertly recruiting people for limb lengthening. Many of these beauty salon accounts were banned, but new ones came up immediately. People started documenting their journeys online. 90-day recovery diary. 155 centimeters to 163 centimeters. Daily growth records. On Xiaohongshu, many sketchy accounts claim that they underwent the surgery and were walking completely fine afterwards. But you can't even really tell if those posts are real or just paid promotions.
Right.
But
Or
one
AI.
32-year-old
A person
influencer,
once said,
Qin Ledan,
beauty is
revealed that she
pain.
underwent
That's right.
bone-breaking surgery to increase her height.
People paying thousands when you can just sneak. Yes, right. Do a special sneaker hack. And give your kids vitamin K2, vitamin K2 to make sure your kids grow to their get their height potential. Those limbs ain't gonna lengthen themselves, nope. Look at this chick, dude.
From 157 centimeters to 161 centimeters. After the surgery, she publicly declared that only by being beautiful can she be loved by her husband. She also said that learning self-discipline is necessary to continue being loved. I don't know about you, but this is the complete opposite of self-discipline.
Yeah.
She seems to be doing all right now, but orthopedic experts have constantly warned that complications can easily surface later in life. This is really no joke. Lengthening can damage blood vessels and nerves. The steel pins for fixation can even cause chronic bone infection. If people accidentally pull on the screws and the knobs too fast or too much, it can become uneven and cause nerve paralysis, meaning that you can probably never walk.
Straight from the
You trip once and it's over. All for 4 centimeters. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with wanting to look good. There's nothing wrong with cosmetic procedures either. If that's what you want to do, and then so be it. Go all out. But when it becomes this extreme, when you're injecting 20% of your body with filler or manually widening your broken bones, it may very well ruin your life or somebody else's. So shoulder pads don't look too bad after all.
She'll never kickflip again.
If someone doesn't love you because
definitely not kickflipping ever again.
you're not
Absolutely
6
not.
foot or have 90-degree shoulder proportions like a
Running's out of
Dorito,
the
just
picture.
know I do.
Jeez, dude. I can't stop watching this stuff. What have we been doing this for 2 hours already? All right, let's see. All right, where's the next country? Where are we going next? Where are we going next? Who's got the next one? I tried my brother Jacob. There, Jacob. Brazil. Good idea. I don't even know why that didn't pop into my head. Brazil. Rejected, botched Barbie dreams gone wrong. 9 plastic surgery. Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at. You love my glance cam? 10. The dark reality behind Brazilian beauty culture. Inside Miami, by Brasilia, plastic surgery capital of the world. How's the bar? Oats. Brazil now become plastic surgery beauty aisles. The dark side of Turkey. That's not Brazil. Brazil's plastic surgery obsession. 1/3 of men in Brazil are opting for it. Jeez. Brazilian man gets Korean plastic surgery. Real life Ken doll knows. Just put a brace on it for a year. Yeah, you're going to have to. I'm definitely making those potatoes right now. Wrap them in tinfoil with butter, salt, pepper, onion, butter, season, butter. Let them go. Yeah, that sounds freaking good, brother. That sounds good. Make it happen. Get yourself some good food. That sounds good. Okay, let's see. My Brazilian butt lift almost killed me. Brazilian butt lifts. Okay, let's see. Okay. Fatal, that's pretty bad. Disturbing trends inside Miami. Dangers of the Brazilian butt lift. Dies. All right, let's see. All right, we'll watch this one. Mixing race mixing's problems in Brazil. I hope I meet somebody hungry. You definitely
through
do.
the air. Everywhere you look, the human body isn't just celebrated, it's sculpted, perfected, displayed like living art. On the beaches of Brazil, beauty feels effortless. It's stitched into the music, the celebrations, the way people move through the world. But behind that effortless glow lies something deeper and far more complicated. In Brazil,
Stop
beauty
hunger
isn't
rating.
just admired.
Oh,
It's
no,
expected,
definitely not
it's
only in Brazil.
institutionalized.
Definitely not. Yeah,
And
yeah.
for millions, it's a passport to opportunity or a barrier that locks them out. Each year, the Brazilian government subsidizes approximately 500...
The government subsidizes it?
Not just reconstructive operations, but purely aesthetic procedures. Nose jobs, breast implants, liposuction, offered in public hospitals alongside...
Plastic surgeries are free or cheaper than public. That's crazy.
The right to beauty taken so little.
They have a right
This video
to
will
beauty.
explore how Brazil became one of the most plastic surgery societies in the world. We'll look at the cultural roots, the political choices, and the personal stories behind a system where chasing perfection isn't just normalized, it's publicly funded.
That's
Imagine you're born
crazy.
in Brazil
I
in
eat
the
all
early
day breakfast.
1900s. Before you speak, before you work, before you choose your dreams, the world has already
You think
chosen
that's
something for
awesome?
you.
People are
Your
doing
face.
everything to look attractive. These beauty standards are exhaustive and expensive. I agree. People are so ugly here. The government had to intervene. Yeah, I only eat dinner too.
Means the closer your features were to Europe, lighter
You blame
skin,
race
thin
mixing?
nose,
Breakfast for
straight
dinner is
hair,
pretty dope
the
too. I
more
like breakfast for
beautiful
dinner
you were
sometimes. I
considered.
rarely
and
do
with
it
that
anymore.
beauty came opportunity, better jobs, better treatment, better lives. But where did this idea come from? To understand Brazil's obsession with beauty, we have to go back. Not to the catwalks or beach bodies, but to something far darker, eugenics. In the early 20th century, a group of Brazilian intellectuals believed beauty was not just aesthetic, it was political. They argued that by improving the looks of the population, they could improve the nation itself. Magazines pushed skin-lightening creams.
Embedded in the idea of whitening, of course, is the idea that blackness are inferior and that you're being European and white are certainly superior.
Schools discouraged Afro hairstyles, and one chilling phrase echoed through the culture: white women for marriage, mulattas for sex, black women for work. These weren't fringe beliefs. They shaped policy, education, and public health. Beauty became synonymous with whiteness and a proxy for social value. Eventually, this ideology entered medicine. Surgeons began reshaping noses, narrowing jaws, straightening eyes, not just to fix defects, but to move.
Jeez, obsession with beauty is extremely related to beach life. I agree. Well, yeah, you don't see the whole body anywhere. I mean, except for the bedroom or the beach. We don't get much of that around there. No.
People up the social ladder. In this system, beauty wasn't skin deep. It was capital, a kind of passport, where you worked, who you dated, how far you could rise. All of it could hinge on how closely your body aligned with an imported ideal. And into this world, a world that measured worth by symmetry and and skin tone stepped a
Jeez.
young surgeon
What the
with
dark
a
web
radical
just stumbled
idea.
upon?
In 1960,
Dude, I feel the same way, King. This is some wacky ass Brazilian. In Brazil, the government thinks being ugly is a disability, so they give people money. They give people free plastic surgery. I got a girl who's built like a fridge. She's into me now. There you go, Marcel. She's built like a fridge. Hey, some people are into fridges. I'm starting to wonder if the poisons that they have in our food make us like this mean. I guess it's probably. No, I agree. No, they definitely do. They definitely do. Because people feel bad all the time. So then they project what they feel. Most surgeries are nose jobs and breast implants and Brazilian butt lifts.
61, a circus tent caught fire in Niterói, Brazil. Over 500 people died. Hundreds more were burned beyond recognition. A young surgeon named Ivo Pitangui was called to the scene. For days, he operated non-stop, grafting skin, reconstructing faces, trying to restore what the fire had stolen. But when the medical crisis ended, something stayed with him. He noticed how survivors, even after healing physically, remained broken. They avoided mirrors. They avoided people. Some refused to leave their homes. It was then Pitangui realized scars on the outside can become prisons on the inside.
Plastic
From
surgery
moment,
is
he
that
began
thing we
to
don't
see
wish
beauty
upon our
differently,
greatest enemies.
not as vanity.
Man, Marcel, brother, we've been through almost 2.5 hours of wackadoodle plastic surgery stuff, and I can understand reconstructive surgery, like the burned victims they're talking about right here, but the people that just go, like this one dude spent $1 million, $900,000 to look like a Ken doll. And that's some nuttier than squirrel turd stuff. It's going to drain all of your money, and it's all going to go into the industry. And then these things, like just like freak shows, always have been popular. But back when people used to have to drive to the circus tent to see freaks, but now you have that stuff online, and then you're a freak for a little while. Then people get used to you, so you do something else, plastic surgery-esque, to become a freak again in their eyes. And then, then the attention swells and then wanes away. And then so you do something else, and it's constantly any money you make off of social media, you're spending on doctors to make it. I think it's also because they have a lot of gang violence, which brings machete, knives, crimes. Oh, wow. Brazilian butt lifts have that name because they try to make butts look like Brazilian butts, not because it was created here. I know a doctor, a girl who cut off a part of her nose because it was too big. Can I get her number? I'm just kidding. I love my nose. I made it myself. Skateboarding, 12 breaks. Bam. Sorry about that.
But as a kind of medicine. To Pitangui, a disfigured nose could be just as life-limiting as a broken leg. And restoring someone's appearance wasn't just cosmetic, it was therapeutic. He started at a quiet revolution. At a time when plastic surgery was seen as a luxury for the rich, Pitangui made a radical claim. The poor have the right to be beautiful too. And remarkably, the government listened.
Yeah, the government
persuaded.
here is doing the same thing about trans people. They say that they have a right, so they should get government plastic surgery. They're just recycling these experiments that were done in Brazil that said it worked. One guy was able to convince the Brazilian government to basically give him unlimited money because the government's giving him the money for unlimited patients. And then now they're doing that in America. Yeah, and my sister had a nose job. She looks fine. Stop looking at your sister, dude. Nose injuries feel like poop. Yeah, I broke this 12 times. I hit a lot of skateboard ramps. They give you a nose job if you had your nose broken and see it's like a good thing. Oh, that's good. Yeah, so it's reconstructive fracture, so it's not just for
Brazil's president, Juscelino Kubitschek, to
Wackadoo.
fund cosmetic procedures in public hospitals. For the first time, surgeries like nose jobs and facelifts, purely aesthetic procedures, were performed at no cost to low-income Brazilians, not as indulgence, not as vanity, but as healthcare. At his clinic in Rio,
That's
Pitangui
crazy.
trained a
You got a big
generation of
enough nose
surgeons,
to be
not
man-
just in
be a-
technique, but in
be a
his
mammal.
philosophy. And that philosophy didn't stay in the operating room. It spread. Over time, it seeped into hospital.
I deserve
policy,
it.
Public health. Until one day, the government wasn't just agreeing with Pitangui, it was scaling his vision nationwide.
Yeah, there you go.
Today,
How
that
do you
vision
call
is
a
written
man
into
with
law.
nobody
Brazil's
knows?
public healthcare system, the Sistema
Nobody
Único de Saúde,
knows.
doesn't just cover
Dun, dun, dun,
reconstructive
dun.
surgeries. It offers aesthetic procedures like tummy tucks, breast implants,
Botox,
even
liposuction,
abdominal
and
etching,
abdominal
not in private
etching.
clinics, but in public hospitals funded by
Wow.
taxpayer money, all under the banner of public health. In cities like Sao Paulo and Rio, over 90% of plastic surgeries performed in public clinics are purely aesthetic. The official justification
Can you get
that beauty
tattoos?
improves mental health, that it helps people integrate into society, that feeling attractive is a form of wellness. Critics see it differently.
Feeling
They point to
attractive is
long
a-
wait lists for cancer treatments, shortages of ICU beds, and a healthcare system.
So now there's so many people filling up the beds for plastic surgeries that people can't get cancer treatment.
Strained at every level. They ask, how can we justify liposuction when people are dying waiting for dialysis?
Crazy.
And yet, the tummy tucks continue. Supporters push back with a provocative idea. A wrinkle, they say, can be as psychologically damaging as a tumor. In a country
A
built on
wrinkle can
inequality
be
and
as
cosmetic
psychologically damaging as a tumor. So this was absolutely pushed from a plastic surgeon to the people so that they could get rich, rather than saying dying is like dying, so we should stop that from happening. They're saying, hey, plastic surgery is like dying, so then they can do very minor surgeries, get a lot of money for it, and just get an unlimited funding. That's crazy.
Surgery is framed as a tool for justice. If the wealthy can buy beauty, why shouldn't the poor have access too? It sounds like satire, but it's not. It's policy, and increasingly men are joining the race. In 2024, they made up 33% of all...
Was one you, brother? Monk, did you do it? Hold on, because dialysis is not even in the same university as... Apparently, maybe more of the hospitals are converting over to be plastic surgery hospitals rather than dialysis clinics. Why do people think 80 degrees is too hot, but they get put in the heat? Why do people think 80 degrees is too hot, but they put the heat on high in the winter time? Well, usually when you put it on in your house, it's not very humid. But I don't know. Maybe they're wackadoodle. By the way, sir, what's your channel about? I think I might need to subscribe. It's about learning anything we need to learn. I teach anything I know and learn anything I don't. It's 110th grade. Dun, 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 dun. And every once in a while we have to have recess like all good schools do, and we'll watch some wackadoodle stuff. I only had a wiener reduction. Wackadoodle. That's my keyword.
Cosmetic surgeries in Brazil. Not just hair transplants, but abdominal etching, jawline contouring, pectoral implants.
We do this
Sculpt the
every
man
day. I
with
usually
ink,
stream a
say
couple of
ads.
times a day,
even
but
here,
today I had a lot
where
of work to
beauty
do,
is
so I started
declared
later.
a right. Not all surgeries are equal. Brazil's healthcare system is deeply divided. Wealthier Brazilians go to private clinics, sleek, state-of-the-art facilities staffed by the best surgeons in the country. The poor rely on public hospitals, where procedures are often performed by medical trainees under supervision. It's a system that offers opportunity, but sometimes at a cost. Renata, a 32-year-old from the outskirts of Sao Paulo, underwent a breast lift at a public hospital. A student
Uneven
surgeon
nipples.
made an error. What followed was months of infection, scarring, and permanent disfigurement. I just wanted to feel pretty again, she said. Now I'm afraid to look in the mirror. Legal recourse is rare. Public patients often can't afford lawyers, follow-up specialists, or the tests required to prove a mistake. So instead of seeking justice, many return to the same system, hoping the next procedure goes better than
These
the
people,
last. Meanwhile,
used, like, the
Brazil's
creative character.
reputation for surgical
They're using
excellence
life
has
like
made
a
it a
character
hotspot
creator,
for
yeah.
medical tourism. Patients fly in from the US, Europe, and beyond, seeking high-quality work at a fraction of the price. The result is a paradox, a system that promises beauty for the poor, but increasingly serves the rich and foreigners. But not everyone accepts the tyranny of the mirror.
Brazilian
In
butt
recent
left.
years, powerful counter-movements have
Beauty
risen.
is not an
Afro-Brazilian
allegation. Are they trying to mix languages on the sign?
In recent years,
I guess it was supposed to be obligation. AI didn't know what it was talking about. If we're not in the body, why not modify it? Because of the complications.
Counter movements have risen.
And the
Afro-Brazilian
economy of it, dude. It's like, because it's a habit forming.
activists, feminist groups, plus-size models, they are challenging the old ideals. Icons like singer Isa and actress Thais Araujo proudly flaunt their natural hair, darker skin, and non-Eurocentric beauty. Social media floods with hashtags like #BellezaReal and #CorpoLivre, rejecting surgical conformity. Surveys show younger Brazilians increasingly value diversity over perfection. The plus-size fashion market is booming. Brands are finally featuring older women, non-binary models, people with disabilities. One major Brazilian department store recently ran a campaign called Skin is Not a Filter, featuring unretouched models of every shape and shade. It was one of the most shared brand
unretouched photos, but the person's touched.
Campaigns of the year. TikTok and Instagram are rising with body-neutral influencers who preach wellness over waist size. They talk about boundaries.
Fat is an organ. I hate it. I hate lying. I hate lying because then they can sell people the idea that they can eat more food and be bigger and still be healthy, which is a lie. And then the economy gets better because they're buying more food, which means less food's getting thrown away, and more companies that are making more crap food to make you fat are making more money, but you're getting sick in the process. But the medical industry will get paid when you get sick, so then you have to go in. And so money is being made on both sides. The only people losing are you.
Self-worth beyond the mirror. Is this a cultural shift or just a ripple on the surface? It's too soon to tell, but for the first time in decades, a different vision of beauty is fighting for air. Brazil's obsession with beauty is complicated. It liberates and it imprisons. It uplifts.
Yes, it
and
imprisons.
The
Food
right
would be
to
cheaper
beauty
if those
is
gluttons
a
weren't
radical
around.
Dream.
Right. Because when you have somebody that has a habit, you can guarantee the sales. They don't have to fight to have better products to try to get more of the market cap. They make the worst products possible because these people are going to eat it anyway because they're addicts. They don't have to McDonald's would have to make better, healthier food to have people say, okay, we'll go to you instead of someplace healthier. I mean, McDonald's ain't cheap anymore.
Dignity should not belong.
So now everybody's fat and addicted, and now they've got their addicts, so they're getting their guaranteed sales. Every time I see a fat person, I judge. Sorry, because it hurts. It hurts to see people, especially when they're morbidly obese, when they're like 400 pounds and their skin is so stretched out, and under that flesh, they are rotting. And then the mental gymnastics they go through, lying about healthy at any weight and I'm going to live forever, or at least until you're 43. You know, it's like their lives are cut so short. They can't walk around easy. They can't they get out of breath. They can't experience most of the world that other people can because they can't hike to the top of a mountain to see a beautiful temple or something. It's like they hate themselves so much they don't care about it. They've been lied to look past that. You know, they've been lied to. You hear it over and over and over again. You look on the beauty magazines and you have fat people and they're like, oh, I can, maybe this is beautiful. Because people only feel what beautiful is. When you're told this fat person's beautiful, you won't feel that, but you'll say it because you've heard it so many times. When you see somebody that's missing an arm, you feel feel for them. You feel for what they're going through, or what you think they're going through. The same when they're super obese. You feel, oh man, that's gotta suck. And they're just got a big old fake smile on their face, and they're like, no, my triglycerides are great. Sure. Can't help myself for not feeling pity. Right. You look like the famous vegan lady. Yeah, I get that a lot, brother. How you doing, Rod? I get that a lot.
Possible standards when bodies
I
are
eat meat,
sacrificed
lots of
at
it.
the altar of the mirror. We have to ask, what are we chasing and what are we losing along the way? In Brazil, beauty is more than aesthetic. It's a currency, a language, a dream. But dreams can slip into obsessions, and obsessions, unchecked, can destroy. As Brazil's beauty culture collides with movements for authenticity, self-acceptance, and racial justice, perhaps the next great transformation will not happen in the operating
You never
room,
seen The
but in
Vegan
mind.
Teacher? Here.
Brazil.
The Vegan Teacher. Let me see if I can find it. Dang it. I had a video that I did. Oh, you know what? I had a video that I did mocking this, like, because people kept saying it. Yeah, rich before the transitioning. Yeah, that was crazy. All right, what's the next country? What's the next country? We got a couple more minutes. What's the next country we're checking out? Richard, I think I got a vegan teacher, got plastic surgery to look like me. Right. She was like, man, that guy's good looking. He's got that nice nose. So, but I wouldn't freaking lead you off a cliff like she's doing. Let's see. Live streamer. Let's see what Juani's got. Also going Argentina. Hold on, let's see. We're gonna do one more China one. Oh, jeez. Neck swinging adult babe. Now we're not watching that. Dating schools? No way. Plastic head. Female manipulators, bad actors, fighter fraud, fake model robots, Chinese bed rotting disease, rent a girlfriend loophole in China, cute rap, love loan delusion of Chinese weddings. All right, we're going to watch this one here. Skinny but deadly.
So apparently gravity is cancelled on Douyin. Doors are liquefying, walls are wobbling, and the background looked like it's a GTA 5 mod loaded from 2004. I always knew physics was just a suggestion, but the way Douyin influencers walk through a mall and make the background bend reality to themselves is a new
caught into a Sunday of plastic surgery and influencer wackadoo
type of genre. Today, we're diving into the slim body walking filter trend that's turning everyday buildings into cursed Minecraft shaders. From AI beauty filters to warped mirrors, there's this viral trend going on where slim women are taking videos of themselves sidestepping through public spaces and walking in between people. They're showing off what is supposed to be a perfect figure, legs longer than an IKEA bookcase, and a waist so slim that you think they traded their internal organs just for likes. But you see, there's a hilarious giveaway. Look at the surroundings. Door frames, curved like rubber, floor tiles stretched like gum, and glass panels stretched like they're made of jelly. It's as if reality is purposely glitching itself to make them look thinner. One of the earliest clips showed this woman walking between an escalator and a wall, trying to emphasize her tiny waist. But like the funniest part, she could have just walked directly straight and nothing would have happened. But she had to turn sideways. Netizens joked that she wasn't skinny, she just had Photoshop powers so strong she could just bend reality to her will. And once that first clip went viral, An army of imitators followed. Women started strutting through malls, construction sites, subway stations, and even your good old Chinese street markets. Some take the sideways route like they're sneaking through a glitch, and then some others go for another strat and just walk straight on, like the world is bending Play-Doh around them. You know those broken Gmod glitches where you would just ragdoll across the map and then your character would just stretch? That's what these Douyin filters look like when they latch onto someone's waist. The glass panels behind them ripple like water. I mean, just take a look at this. I honestly don't even mind the guys hopping on this trend because we'll take anything we can get. Okay, so why does this trend even exist in the first place? A big part of it is beauty standards. Mainland China social media has very specific standards. Thin bodies, palm-sized faces, bright pale white skin, and big-ass eyes. Don't forget the oval face and the willow branch-like waist. Combine these standards with social media, and you get a breeding ground for extreme filter culture. China has seen all sorts of body shaming.
Using the same filters. I don't like it either. I'm right there with you, Robert. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Maki. Absolutely. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because a big problem with filters, especially with young girls, is that when you show yourself to the world on the internet, on social media, if you start using filters, eventually you're going to have to go out into the real world. And everybody who's seen you on your Instagram, TikTok, whatever that you're using these filters on, they're going to expect to see that filter. And you know that. So then you're going to be sitting there the whole time in real life knowing, they're like, they noticed that I'm not wearing the filter in real life. And then you're going to be thinking, I just need some plastic surgery to look like the filter. I just need the plastic surgery to look like the filter. And then my life will be fine. Everything will be perfect, just like it was online. And it won't be. Because then you're going to use the filter after you get the plastic surgery and you're going to look different with the filter on the plastic surgery. You're not going to turn the filter off. So it becomes habit forming. And then you're going to keep chasing that change over and over and over and over again.
Fads. And one of the most absurd is the manga waist challenge, where women compare themselves to the torso of an anime character. I mean, creating that pose requires a 90-degree effortless backbend. The underlying message was the skinnier you can make your waist, the more worthy you were. It's gotten to a point where they have to choose between bending reality or being clowned for not looking perfect. Some Douyin users even intentionally distort the background to farm engagement. At this point, they're just rage baiting everybody because they know people are gonna pause and zoom into the window frames. Let's talk about the queen, the pioneer of this phenomenon, Shasha Susu. What a name. Her videos look like an AI-generated fashionable anime girl inserted into her life. Jeez. In clip after clip, she strolls through markets and malls. Hair glossy, outfit on point. Behind her, display cases warp inwards as she glides past them. It's as if the glass is trying to escape her gravitational pull. And then Chinese netizens started joking that this Shasha girl probably isn't even a real person. They're probably AI generated. I mean, she does look like an NPC. Fingers stretching, waist disappearing in a single pixel. Hair is always crisp to the point. It's actually giving Uncanny Valley vibes, I'm not gonna lie. I think she's like 6'4", probably D1 potential. These are some very accurate body proportions. Jeez. If you look closely, the cup here is bigger than her head. I mean, if your photos don't look like this, you're doing it all wrong. Right. You see, I'm noticing a pattern here. It seems like her left arm here is bigger than her right arm. Well, for me, my right arm is always bigger than my left.
Dun, 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 dun.
Those are some really small chopsticks. Wow. You know Funko Pops? Imagine if you just reverse those proportions. She clearly prioritizes the stretch on arm days. We can only learn from her.
Richard,
I'm trying to find.
Can you make all the culturally acceptable, ridiculous stuff on this long legs, like African neck rings, American huge eyelashes, massive lips, etc., all over the world into one person? We've got AI. I saw a video of a girl using a filter, and the moment she moved, the filter started glitching. It practically exposed herself. You know, China recently made filters illegal because of like all of this, people getting plastic surgeries and all the disasters that happened. So now you have these people that were influencers that were using filters that changed their face. Here, let's look this up real quick. Chinese filter glitch. And label it as perfect woman. We can do that. All right, let's see. Let me see. Chinese filters. Turn off. Okay. Here you go. Here's one.
完了呀！等一下，我把这个关一下。这个，我完全听不到自己。好吧，那我都把这个关一下。哎，我不会玩这个，真的。这个游戏平时该怎么玩？
甚至有点
现在可以，现在可以了吗？
可以了，你声音有点大。哎，你这个头像为什么会是这个样子的？
因为我放了一个上去，我不能露脸，我要过10万订阅才能露。然后我到时候，本来我是个颜值主播的，是啊。
就是你这个是怎么做的呀
I don't understand what's going on here.
这个之后你贴个 GIF 就好了，放到你的界面上，
然后就出来就是这样的画面嘛。
对，
就是
这样的。你试一试，贴一个 GIF。
Okay, I don't know what that was all about. I don't know what that was all about. Okay, here you go. Okay, see? Stuff like that. It's so easy to know that Taka's person does these days. You only need to see the faces full of makeup and giant eyelashes. Yeah, what up, little toilet, brother? Is that what in tarnation is that wrestling, tassling, suffering, succotash, and humding and Sam Hell going on around here? What the tarnation? Or a very muscular dude. Right, but like, so they made that illegal. Just unroll the robots already. I agree, brother. I agree, Private.
Find a post that's edited. I wish I had.
We Westerners think Asians are really being smart, so we're double baffled, failing for stupid stuff. I agree. I agree.
That kind of upper body. Doesn't that just bring a tear to your eye? Is it just me, or were the construction workers slacking off making this parking lot? Because, I mean, look at the pavement. It's completely off. But luckily she can adapt to it. I won't lie, she does a pretty decent job at hiding the background, warping. But this just looks like it came out of a horror movie. I think she enjoys reading Tokyo Revengers. Well, beyond Shasha Susu, there's another
they're trying to look like the AI. There's a lot of the boys like AI girls. Not AI, anime. They try to look like anime girls that have these like long necks, long super skinny arms, super skinny waists, and super V faces and whatnot. It's
her name is Xie Momo. Her sidestepping videos were quickly reposted and they went viral. And these background distortions led to a huge discussion about unrealistic expectations of Asian beauty standards. Even the AI beauty...
what was that? Let me say it again. Hold on. If we wanted to know how wanting to change your personality, most of these surgeries would reduce. If we had a personality changing pill, a lot of these would go away.
Unrealistic expectations of Asian beauty standards. Even the AI beauty look is its own genre now, because the filters don't just smooth skin. They lengthen limbs, crunch waists, and adds curves with algorithmic precision. The result? Something between a Pixar character and a Sims glitch.
They need to not do that. The problem is what Yogi said. It's deception. They want you to fall in love with something and they want you to spend your money on it. And they want guys to watch it for like the big boobs and the sleek waist. And they want girls to want to use to look like that. And then the girls that get attention like that on the internet, eventually they want a boyfriend and a husband and stuff. So they know, oh, if I look like this in real life, I would get the attention in real life like I get on the internet. So they go to the doctor and they say, remove some of my ribs, sculpt my face, break my legs, and stretch them out. That's right, little toilet brother. You cannot change your DNA.
Wonder netizens call them NPC renders on low settings. It's like the character customization where you can just click X to drag the waist slider. I mean, the good news is that the pushbacks do exist. Many netizens criticize that manga waist challenge as just being silly and harmful. And many health professionals warn that contorting yourself like that might just break your entire back. So we start getting videos of Chinese netizens posting videos of before and after filters with makeup. I guess a kind of body positivity. But many are aware that perfect selfies and online appearances just aren't real.
Makeup on. I was about to go to bed before I filmed this TikTok, so I just added the eye makeup filter. But then that leads to more and more and more. Well, I just didn't want to be myself. I was born a toilet, and you'll always be my toilet. I'll see you later, little toilet. I see so many ugly guys with very beautiful women, and the reason why they have this very charismatic personality. Right. They're funny, and they're good to be around. When you're around people that are good people, you feel good. When you're around people that are spiritually ugly, it sucks all the time. Even if a chick is super hot, it's only cool when you're in bed. And like, or like if you're going around and somebody else sees you, but the whole rest of the time, everything sucks. You want to be around somebody where you're like, you're funny, I'm laughing all the time, this is great. I had all done with the light bronzing. Light bronzing, that was my fault. Well, actually, predators look for women that fall into trends because they know their triggers. Yep, insecurities. Yep, and that's why so many women do that trends to date worthless men. Yep. What up, OG brother? Dun, 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 dun.
Now, as we get deeper, we get the Jia Fei lore. TikTok was flooded with Chinese bot accounts that migrated from Douyin. These bots reposted videos of attractive Asian women and insane product ads with phishing links. Now, many of the accounts had the usernames containing Jia Fei, a mashup of two idols, Meng Jia and Wang Feifei. The profile picture looked like an AI-generated girl with doll-like features. And for years, people speculated it was just a Photoshop combination of both of these idols merged together and fused. But actually, in October of 2023, Dai Dai, a model from Beijing, revealed that she was actually the person in the picture. She explained on Douyin that she'd taken the selfie and realized about the meme a couple months later. So Jia Fei wasn't AI, nor was she K-pop deepfake. She was a real person whose profile just had been appropriated by bot accounts. It's a prime example of how Douyin culture can transform a selfie into a global phenomenon. Of course, Western platforms have their own history of warped realities and filters, like the Instagram and Snapchat filters. But the difference is that the Douyin community has elevated this to an art form. How many filters can you stack until the background of your house collapses? And to be fair, there are levels to this dedication. We're all complicit to bending pixels to hide our pores. Remember, the internet is curated. Those perfect bodies, bright skin, and snatched waists are often the result of heavy filters and editing. So don't let a crooked door on Douyin make you feel bad about yourself. And if you're gonna bend reality around you, at least make it enjoyable and over-exaggerate it. See you next time. Try not to warp any fences on your way out.
Right. Oh, jeez. I can't stop.
Lip work has kind of become a global trend.
Jeez, dude. Oh, come on. Who paid for that? Her sugar daddy, probably.
Beauty pandemic. From doll lips to Russian lips, pillow lips, Cupid's bow lips, forever smiling lips to sausage lips, you name it. It seems like people can't stop touching their lips. Why do we hate our own lips and want someone else's? Many women are born with thin lips, thinking they are not as attractive as those with full lips. Many women who already have amazing full lips still can't get enough. They get lip filler, Botox, surgery, and most of the time, it ends up looking overdone.
That 100% is for internet. It's for internet. 100%.
Biggest lips in the world.
I know what you're thinking.
I won't stop there and want to go even bigger.
So today
But
I'm going to
that's-
be
but
diving
then
into
whoever
worst lip
paid for
work
that,
fails,
then
and
they're-
that
then
have
they're
left us
on their
all
way.
thinking, why the hell do they think they look good?
So I went to go get my lips done
Oh,
yesterday,
jeez.
and something bad happened.
I'm so nervous right now. I've literally gotten bigger by the second.
This girl is crying. She looks like she's in so much pain. People say she might have an allergic reaction to filler. Somebody even created a picture of her looking like a fish with giant lips. How
They
evil.
overdid
Somebody
the body
said,
sport.
I think they do look
Yeah.
hot. Yes, sure, they do look hot. Like two hot dogs on top of each other. Do people really think the bigger the lips, the better? No, it has to be about the balance, proportions, and what suits your face. I feel so sorry for this girl. I don't know if she looks better today. Anyway, I'm not against plastic surgery and cosmetics procedure. I got my lips done too, and we can talk about that later in this video. Let's take a look at some overinflated lips.
They genuinely don't think they're big enough. Brother, no. When they go to this, I don't agree with you. I've talked to many people with body dysmorphia. This is absolutely, when they go wackadoodle, I'm talking about when they go this size, it's either an accident and they're playing into it, or they just do it because they want to go, they're trying to make their big break on the internet. If it was just body dysmorphia, they wouldn't typically be on the internet. It's too hard on them. People that actually have dysmorphia are not going to show themselves to people. My wife's lips look like if I come home and dinner, like if my wife come home and dinner ain't ready. That's why I only eat breakfast. I have 12-inch wrists, and to me, it look like toothpicks. That's freaking big wrist, brother. Right. So, like people will say they have body dysmorphia in order to do stuff like this, but most people that I've met with body dysmorphia do not have an internet account at all. It's absolutely frightening to them. It freaks them out. They don't want to see themselves, and they don't want other people to see them. Now, maybe it's possible that after they get this, the dysmorphia makes them think that their lips are normal sized, but then they wouldn't show them off like this. I'm just saying. I think we have, just like how everybody lies about like having some sort of mental disorder just to act quirky. Oh, he. Or I was about to say something bad. Okay. That's 100%.
All I can see is her lips. I mean, maybe for some people, that's exactly what they wanted. But I would imagine for some others like me, this is a little too drastic and too drastic of a change. To my eye, this isn't really aesthetically pleasing. She can't even open her mouth. I'm so scared that they might pop. I'm sorry.
Why your lips are so big? Because I want it and I got it. If you don't like it, don't look at me. But you're still looking at my stories because you like me. Wah, fuck off.
But I'm not here because I like your lips. The algorithm sent me here. I'm sorry.
Character.
Your lips look so extreme. People aren't going to the doctor and get something so minor. You know, it needs to be so
if they had a psychological issue like that, what type of malpractice is it that a surgeon gave them lips that freaking big? It used to be you had, before you did any plastic surgery, you had to have a psychological checkup to make sure that, you weren't wackadoodle, because if you were so dysmorphic and you came out looking like that and you're like, oh my God, you would just dive off of a building. But that's all dysmorphia is an X-Men.
Axing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ride it through.
You gotta be kidding me.
It looks like two sausages, you know what I mean? Just like sitting on top of each other.
If you're thinking of getting your lips done, please do not do it. Look at this. Then it can go wrong, then you have to dissolve it. So this is what happens when you dissolve them. It's not worth it. Don't do it.
I can't make this shit up. I cannot make this shit up. Do you see this? Disgusting.
I always knew that I want to have plastic surgeries because that's how I can change the body in the ways I want and get my body that I think is fitting for me and not dependent by genetics or anything.
A picture from New York Post. She is known as the woman with the world's largest lips. Here's what she looks.
She's known as the woman with the world's largest lips. So now they're always going to be super huge because that's now her personality. What up, AJ?
Like before all of her surgeries. She spent over $26,000 on lip filler alone.
26 grand.
That title. Andrea Ivanova. Let me read some of the comments here. Whoever did that to you needs to be sued. Why can't people just leave their lips alone? Beauty to the beast. So sad. When I think about someone with overdone filler.
So she's got her boobs all the way out here too. So it's not like she's just saying, oh, look what happened to my lips. She's saying, check me out.
Beauty to the beast. So sad. When I think about someone with overdone filler, I can't think of anyone but Gong Ken. I have no beef with this person. I just think they're a bit overdone. I know he loves his big lips. Maybe for him, the bigger, the better. But I find it very funny to look at his lips every time I watch his videos on TikTok. I'm sorry that I find your lips funny, especially when you wear lipstick that makes your lips even bigger. And I know a lot of people, when they do their lips, they want it to look maxed. They want people to look at them and know that they have work done.
Right.
If thick lips are so popular in the West, it's not the same in Asia. Asian people are now obsessed over M-shaped lips or forever smiling lips. In China, this is considered the ideal lip shape because it's kissable, desirable, and looks like a heart-shaped lip.
I've never had problems kissing lips. Here's a theory about their demon possessed. There you go, brother. What if they're demon possessed and the demon has massive lips, therefore the person's body is being disfigured to make the... there you go. I agree. I'll take it.
Oh my god, apparently I've been living long enough to realize that my resting lips look so sad. And there's a way to make them look like I'm a happy person. The idea is to reshape the upper lip so it looks like a clear aim. This is not aim-shaped. This is aim for mistake. It hurts watching it. It hurts watching it.
Are you a real yogi?
I'm not saying it bad. I'm saying it out loud. There are a few methods, depending on budget and how extreme they want it. Filler, Botox, surgery. For example, surgery to raise the corners of the lips, or surgery to remove some parts of the upper lips, or surgery to shorten the filter. So when you see those Cupid's bow lips and you want them, just think about a dress. It might look good on the model, but not on you. Those trendy lips are cute, but on that specific person, not on every face. Why did it get popular in China? Because it fits the cute, doll-like, youthful aesthetic. You'll see tons of influencers with M-style lips on Douyin and Xiaohongshu, but very few mainstream celebrities openly admit to it. She's not smiling. Her lips just default to happy mode. Next, we need to talk about lip blushing because this is considered a cosmetic procedure. It's not surgery. It's like a natural lip tattoo that fades over time. But sometimes things can go wrong. Look at this girl.
What have I got myself into? Oh, I'm fucking shitting myself.
She might have had a bad reaction to the pigment. I hope she's okay now, but it must be a very rare case. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, this is not my natural lip color. I don't wear any lipstick now. My original lips were super pale, like almost dead fish pale. That's why I wanted to make them look pink like this. Before, every time I ate or drank, my lipstick would just disappear. But now I don't even need to wear lipstick if I don't want to. I literally wake up with this lip color every single day. And it's very funny. When I first got it done, my lips were so swollen. I looked like I just had gotten lip fillers. So I sent a video to my mother-in-law and told her like, hey, I just got lip fillers in Vietnam. What do you think? Should I go any bigger? And she was like, are they real? Don't go any bigger. And she's from Scotland. And I saw people there like big lips, but apparently not all of them. And actually one of my friends, super beautiful, a mother of 3, and she's thinking about getting lip fillers. And I told her, you don't need lip filler. You're already beautiful. But she's not really convinced. Please tell her she doesn't.
See, now what causes that ain't no dysmorphia. It's I used to be looked at a lot, and that stopped. People got used to me. So now people, something look different about you, and then people start looking at you. Because even if you walk through the same crowd of people, the same mall 1,000 times, you'll get a lot of looks the first 600 times. But then people are just like, okay, it's her again. But then if there's something different about you, just like how people can notice a zit, your face is like pre-programmed in, and there's something different, you get attention. Henry Allen.
Need lip filler. Please. Today you start fixing your lips. Tomorrow you might want to fix your eyes, your forehead, your whole face. And for some people, it's addictive because once you start fixing one thing, they need to fix the next thing until everything just seems so off.
Agreed.
You remember Park Bom? She's a lesson learned for everyone. You must know when to stop. Like if you're going to do it and you're sure about that, cool. But you have to know when to stop. Just look at her right now. How can she do that to herself? I'm sorry to say that, but she doesn't look like human at all. You can tell that she has a lot of filler on her lips. That is something that can easily be dissolved. But I guess she won't. She probably did the trending smiling lips, but she used to be very elegant and beautiful. Look at this old picture of her pre-debut. I thought she was pretty. I didn't understand why she got so many surgeries. I remember she was my bias into anyone back then.
Everybody's pretty. And now you've got to do something to make you look different than pretty. What about Godzilla? Oh, he's not a superhero.
But I swear every time she showed up, she looked like a different person. I don't recognize her anymore. Look at how swollen her face is. She went a little too far in distorting her face. And it just does not look natural. There's no facial harmony. I know she's probably trying to fix her face, but then more
That's a good word she used. Harmony. Turn down for what? He's a superhero. Harmony. That's the thing. Harmony. People, that's a word that's not used enough because people don't have it these days.
Problems get added on the top of the existing problems. And I know many women out there who say, I like these lips. I have money. I can pay to have them. I know that. They want trending lips. They want the same lips as their beloved celebrities. That's how some people feel. Social media pressure. Girls, there's nothing wrong or ugly about your lips. I find it very sad that a lot of these doctors out there are making tons of money out of your insecurity. They also do not say no to you, whatever you ask for.
I know why she got so many surgeries. She didn't have a man to tell her to shut up. Right. Looks like more money. There's a secret message in the song by Godzilla by The Box. There's a secret message in the song Godzilla by Box.
So everything is about money. They are less likely to care about you.
Yeah, they don't
care. Do you know when I went to clinics in Vietnam, they told me many times that my face was too big and I should inject some Botox into my jaw muscle to soften it. So my face would have...
The thing about Botox now is they're selling it to 18-year-olds as preventative, but in all actuality, it speeds up aging because your face muscles have to move to keep the underlying bone strong. And so if you paralyze the muscles, the bone starts to dissolve and you start to get these dips where the muscles attach to the bone, and then you've got to get filler there. They know this. They've known this since the 70s, and they know that when they tell you that it's to keep you younger longer, they're lying. They're making you a customer for life. Blue Oyster was a boomer. Blue Waffle. Oh, jeez. Blue Waffles. Oh, dude.
Appear smaller to fit in so-called V-line jaw beauty standards. Or that my forehead moves a lot. All my smile lines are very obvious. Well, but you know, being poor has saved me so many times.
Yeah.
When I was in Vietnam, I was poor. However, I moved to China last year, and now I'm poor in China. So no more lip work for me. I'll still do lip blushing in the future because it fades over time. But other than that, no thank you. And I actually respect doctors who say, you don't need to do that. I love that. There are a lot of unethical doctors out there who will give you more surgeries, more filler, and more Botox than you need. You have to be very careful about who you choose if you're going to have surgery. Because some surgeries, once you do it, there's no turning back. But again, I'm not against it at all. Everyone has their own opinion, but I feel like enhancements should be soft and natural. They shouldn't make you look extreme. Looking at those women, for me personally, they just don't look natural at all. I think there should be some harmony and balance on your face, not exaggeration. A lot of these people are chasing unrealistic ideals. I hope a new trend of natural looks will come our way. Nothing can overrule the simple beauty of natural lips, no matter if they're full or thin. Beauty should not be defined by looks maxers, social media, clinics, AI, society, unrealistic beauty standards, or a lack of knowledge. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video and find this content helpful. Please hit the thumbs up button and drop your comments down below. It really helps.
I got bit by a tick. All right. Cartoon lips. The face copying hospitals of China. Chinese influencer opened her own hospital to give people. I need to go to bed.
Don't you love how you look? I mean, guys, we all have different traits. Nobody.
Can you imagine being so hot on the internet that you're selling your face to people?
Ever has the same face or personality, but imagine if you could. Today, we're talking about a queen, a pioneer, a woman who opened up her own beauty clinic to give people plastic surgery to make them look exactly like her. A prime example.
What was that song in the 80s with all the same looking girl all in the back singing and playing guitar and stuff? Addicted to Love. Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. Is that an AI? No, she's real. Like all these women that were in the background. Well, there's only a few here, but there was one with a whole bunch of them in one of his videos too. And they all look the same. And now that's basically what's going on Reach Out and Touch Faith. I know a girl from Australia. She had a cup, and she made sure to get a B+ cup. And she was so happy she didn't go and get a triple D, all things in moderation. No, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But going absolutely wackadoodle because cup is breast size. So the number is the amount of inches around the chest under the boobs, and the size of the boobs are the cups. So like 34C means it's 34 inches around the chest, and then C is the cup size. In case you guys didn't know, 110th grade. Teaching you about boobs.
Just copy my homework, but change it a little bit. It's like she's cloning herself. And the patients, they're completely okay with this. Now, this face specifically has been thriving. I mean, feeding off of the insecurities of Chinese influencers for many years now. But never in a million years would I have thought that someone would pave the way so that everybody can just copy and paste themselves.
Think about how brilliant this is. This chick, super hot in her own mind and to the people. So you get a filter. You have a company create a filter that makes people's faces look like yours. You have all these girls use that filter all the time, or offer it to them, and then all the ones that use it and everybody on the internet thinks she looks like you. She looks like the filter she's wearing. So now they can go and get that filter in real life. It's a brilliant marketing move, and it's absolutely evil.
Overnight. Her name is Wang Jing, and she calls herself Principal Wang. I mean, what are you the principal of? The University of Botox? She's from Zhejiang, and she's sitting at around 1 million followers. And how did she get famous? Not dancing, not even a national scandal. She built herself by documenting on her entire plastic surgery journey, like it's a vlog series. Now, this might actually be genius, because most influencers lie or gatekeep about their plastic surgery. Meanwhile, Wang said, yeah, I got botched. Yeah, I tried to fix it. Yeah, I injected 66 tubes into my face. What about it? And people ate that up. I mean, it ate so hard that people were literally willing to pay to look just like you. Yeah, you see where this is going. She admits that she spends half of every year recovering from surgeries. So that basically means 6 months getting procedures and 6 months healing. And she calls her beauty well-deserved. I mean, technically she's not wrong. If you survive that many needles, swelling, and touch-ups, I guess you just call them your battle scars.
It's like now, people that get tattoos that hurt. They get them over and over and over. You know, they get it. It hurts. They get it. They like it. It heals. They get another one. It hurts.
Foundation of her empire is that innocent, sweet, harmless, permanently young kind of look. Your throat. Basically, you're trying to look like you've never paid taxes in your life. Wang even jokes that her face has frozen time. Yeah, frozen time, frozen age, frozen ability to portray emotions. And taking a look at her transformation timelines, she legit turned it into patch notes for updates. She shows the outcomes of Wang Jing 1.0, Wang Jing 2.0, and Wang Jing 3.0. I wish I was making this up. Stage 1.
Brother,
we tried.
I don't know.
It didn't go well. Her original face, gone, lost, dumped into the archives. Her 1.0 version had double eyelid surgery, rhinoplasty, and heavy forehead fillers. And she was going for a more mature, glamorous vibe. But it didn't really, hit at all. Stage 1 had left eyelid scars, uneven creases, crooked nostrils. She said she got a snake-like nose, and somehow her forehead also got rounder and bigger. Okay, wrap it up. We gotta restart the whole project.
Yeah,
this is actually sad.
And I think a lot of these people there know that. The managers, the social media managers of these girls know that. They absolutely know it. Can't be pleasant. Spend $1 million on plastic surgery.
Now, stage 2, the emergency, fix everything quickly stage. Stage 1 failed, so she went crazy with corrections here. She fixed and narrowed her eyelids, opened inner and outer eye corners, added under eye bags, redid her nose completely, and lifted mouth corners so she looks like she has a permanent smile. She literally redesigned her whole face to look like she's mildly pleased. And she's slowly starting to look like every other Douyin influencer out there. Finally, stage 3. Let's inject every element of the periodic table into my face. At this point, she became obsessed with achieving the perfect baby face using injections. In one session, she got a total of 66 tubes of hyaluronic acid just absorbed all into her face. And the price? Over 1 million yuan. That is $140,000. And the crazy thing is, she is aware of the side effects of overfilling that these doctors are telling her. Things like lumps and bubbling under the skin. She admits that she does get those side effects. And all she has to do is just get a repair procedure for her procedure. What are we doing? And after 9 years of countless surgeries,
she has a subscription service for her looks. If she doesn't pay, she doesn't get the looks. She doesn't get pretty. She goes back ugly. She's got to pay. It's like a in real life pay to use filter. You can be pretty as long as you can pay for it. But the thing is, once the social media dies down and the money slows down, what's she gonna do?
She had finally unlocked her final form. And here we go. One day, something goes off in her head, and she's like, what if I turn this into
She said, I spent so much money on this. How do I keep the money coming in? How do I get all of these other women how do I be the pyramid of the pyramid scheme? Instead of me paying the doctors to keep myself pretty, all these other girls can pay me so they all look pretty, and then they've got to constantly pay every 2 months or 3 months for upkeep and filler and yada, 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 yada. Yeah, imagine giving an F.
A business. This face, I'm about to mass produce it. She didn't just become the product. She became the template. So, enter Wang Jing's Face Factory. She opened a clinic where her face was the reference model. Like, imagine going to a barber and the only cut you can get is the same one as the barber. Wang Jing calls this the Wang Jing Kingdom, and she literally markets it as a membership system. To become a citizen of her kingdom, you need to at least spend 50,000 yuan. That's about $7,000. Entry fee, by the way. And inside the clinic, she consults you, shows you her face as the goal, and gets a chief surgeon to do the work. So she's basically influencer, salesperson, and the boss. The prices here are also insane, like 3 hyaluronic acid injections for about 38,000 yuan. Shoulder reshaping. Yes, she sells shoulders like as well, for around 25,000 yuan. And it turns out that there are hundreds of people paying for this. According to posts on Douyin and Xiaohongshu, over 517 people, including men, have undergone procedures to look like her. And these fans are proud too. They literally post selfies like, I finally joined Wang's kingdom. Like as if they just joined Wang's assembly line. One girl named Jingjing spent over 60,000.
This is modern day, divine pimping. This is modern day prostitution. All of these girls. The thing is, once you hang out with one, all of them all else look the same. So you're gonna be like, okay, great. They don't think it's not gonna be as kick-ass as they think it is.
1,000 yuan, around $9,000, and says she finally felt beautiful and confident. If paying thousands to look like someone makes you feel that way, all to you, queen. And you also can't customize anything. You have to follow her template. Same plan, same doctor. I mean, people literally stand next to Wang in photos like, which one is the real one? Spot the difference.
我的额头就是比较往后倒，然后就是装修一下我的额头，还有我的眼部。今天的话，王子健是涉及到经济部了啊，升级一下。第一个是你的这一块的额结节可以给它拉出来一点，然后高光一点。
here's where you're ugly and how we'll fix it. This is what she's saying.
偏这种阔面脸
We'll fix your square-shaped face.
脸部让脸变得更加的高质感一点。
These words are burning into these girls' brains.
时候都要放弃美美，感觉之前都没有效果。解决她的面部
Solving
问题。
her facial issues. This is why you're ugly.
这里再吹一个，期待一下吧，期待。
And wow, what a beautiful sight.
Yep,
they
copy
look
paste.
just
Wow.
alike. Those ears are so badly bruised, they look like pig ears. Shared face worldwide. Oh my god, what is wrong with this girl's face? I know just the thing for you. There we go, much better, just the way I like it. I genuinely wonder how many shadow clones there are today. I mean, of course not everybody is buying into this. Netizens are calling it terrifying and kinda eerie as well, which, I mean, makes sense. It's like you walk into a room and everybody just stares at you with the same face. I mean, how is this even legal? Oh my god, what did they do to her? Like, this actually has to be a crime. Because why is it giving... Wang Jing wants to create her own kingdom where everyone can unlock the door using facial recognition on the same phone. There's even a viral joke going around. Like, we don't ask to be born on
like, okay, see if you can open my iPhone. Click, click. Yep. Wow. Meanwhile, they could be pleasantly supportive and cook well, but nope. Take my money and cut me up. Yep. Congratulations.
Same day. But we do ask to have the same face, nose, and doctor. To be fair, Wang Jing does always say that cosmetic surgery is personal, it's your own decision, and it's your own money. Which, okay, that is valid, but, you know, you are influencing, like, millions of people, so I feel like there's at least an ounce of responsibility you have. So at this point, she's got over 500 people looking like her, she's charging entry fees like it's a VIP nightclub, and basically running an aesthetic cult. But one day, Wang Jing got into this massive scandal with another influencer named Han Anren, aka Abby. And this is the kind of person that you do not want to mess with in this space. Now let me really paint Abby's character here because this is really important. She isn't just any regular influencer. She's made a name for herself, and she's also been on the reality show Metamorphosis, which already means she knows how public attention works, and she's been through drama. I mean, she's been through 4 marriages. And over time, she built this reputation of, if you argue with her, you're probably gonna lose. She doesn't do that fake, let's keep things peaceful act. Abby had just gone through her 2nd pregnancy, and naturally her body, you know, changed. She gained weight and posted unfiltered postpartum pics. And Wang saw that and thought, yeah, I can use this. She started taking Abby's least flattering photos and putting them next to her own polished, filtered, perfected images. Wow. Then she implied, yeah, she got plastic surgery at my clinic. I made her beautiful. Take a look at the before and after. And she didn't just do that once. It turns out that she's been doing this for 2 to 3 years, using Abby as a template. You can already see a huge lawsuit incoming. Fast forward to October of 2024, and Abby is on a live stream. She straight up just says, "When did I ever go to your clinic?" And she threatens legal action and states that every video is 6,000 yuan compensation. The total can reach 10,000 yuan. And honestly, that's her being nice, because this is literally defamation plus false advertising all in one combo. But for now, it's alleged.
我非常明确的告诉大家，我韩冉不是找的汪静度的，他天天说我是找的他度的，这叫做恶意宣传。我马上告死你团队，我找律师，我把你全告。在直播间公然警告你，然后我不是在你汪静那做的，你凭什么说我是找你汪静的？你汪静确实很漂亮，本人我也看到过，很漂亮。但是你为什么你蹭我韩冉流量，蹭我韩冉的热度？你为什么你要骂我？你要拉踩我？你买了多少营销号，黑了我多少稿？我今天晚上全部找律师，我全部给你告了。你只要再敢发一个，你发一条我告一条，你这医美赚钱是吧？我赔不死你。对你很漂亮，你的心好看嘛？对不对？你没有说是又当又立的吧？
So Wang's response is like she just woke up and, you know, suddenly lost
500-faced woman
her memory. She responded with, "I don't remember posting that at all." Then deletes the video. quietly. Wang, you literally ran with this for years. You got caught in 4K. And some netizens even dug deep and found out that she apparently paid for fake articles saying Abby joined her kingdom. So Abby is like, you want to play? The next day at 2:53 a.m., this post shows Abby holding her ID card unblurred. And she says, Wang Jing is committing tax evasion. Wang earns 5 to 8 million yuan per month. She's invaded tens to hundreds of millions in taxes. Well, that took a turn for the worse. This went from, stop taking my pictures, to, you might be committing a financial crime that'll put you behind bars for years. Tax evasion is no joke in China, by the way. You can get sentenced to prison for years. And netizens instantly said, you picked a fight that you cannot win. People actually respected Abby more because she showed her ID, and she even said that she'd take full responsibility if she was lying. Now it becomes a bigger thing because this isn't just about Wang anymore. This exposed the whole system where these cosmetic consultants use personal accounts, where payments aren't properly recorded and invoices just magically don't exist, which of course makes tax evasion 10 times easier. This also relates to terms like ghost clinics or flying knife doctors, which essentially means unlicensed, underground, sketchy operations. Now, what is Wang supposed to do at this point? Nothing, I guess. At first, she plays confused. Then, when the pressure started building up, she drops an official statement a couple days later. She said Abby spread false info, claims emotional distress, she says she hired lawyers, and even confirms a lawsuit. She also tried to minimize the damage, saying, the videos only showed her briefly, I didn't post it intentionally, and I wouldn't provoke her knowingly. As of now, there isn't any ongoing news about the accusations. It seemed like they both kind of moved on, because Wang Jing is still...
I bet you they did it on purpose. I bet you they didn't do any lawyers, no nothing. I bet you it was 100% for drama to bring more attention. Absolutely. 100% guaranteed. If there's nothing going on, that's what they're doing. Enough of this, please.
You know, cloning herself with a bunch of different patients, and the numbers keep climbing, more than 500 people. But I do feel like Abby and Wang had some private conversations behind closed doors, or maybe even money under the table, just to avoid this entire massive scandal. And Wang also receives commissions from other clinics or even free treatments in exchange for promoting them. So you start to see the full picture here. This one's been wild, honestly, and Wang Jing's empire continues to grow day by day with her copying and pasting her face onto other people. Until one day, maybe you walk into a cafe and you see one of the 500 Wang Jings there are out there. Or maybe it's the original one. Who knows? And if the thought of changing your face to look like somebody else ever comes across your mind...
These are draconian aliens. Alright, let's just see what the feed's got to say. Yep. Alright, let's see. Is Iraq safe? COVID injections and cancer hearing. Uh-oh. 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 COVID injections and cancer hearings. Uh-oh. That ain't gonna be good. Okay. What surviving your own execution feels like. Hollywood is 1,000% cooked. Jumping spiders. Jeez, these people are nuts. Pee-pee poo-poo man must be stopped. Who's the pee-pee poo-poo man? Japanese foods. Moments before disaster. Body of missing Alabama student found in Japan. Toledo P update on shooting near festival that injured 12. Man. Schumann Resonance. Oh, there ain't nobody gonna want to watch that right now. We just got done watching a bunch of freaking plastic surgery disasters. You want to go into that? Jimmy Kimmel admits his show is dying. The colorism of India. Animal encounters. I regret my tattoos. The dangerous drink that could lead to your death. We need some science. Not today. Today's Saturday. We're taking a day off and just doing recess today, brother. It took me 3 months, 40 insanely tattoos. Should men be allowed in women's sports? To transsexuals react. I found hidden wires. The manufacturer confessed. The lineage of cats. To save the world? Yeah. I know my goal. Buccal fat removal. Rachel Maddow self-breakdown. The most detailed painting in history. Shooting fibers. The dumbest people with 0 IQ. Fake tea foods. Chinese market dyed scented teas. We bought jet boats, so you don't have to. No lights, no workers. Why the crucifixion painting breaks every rule. Fulton County officials stole $13 million from inmates to buy what? To buy bounce houses and gift cards. Mimicry, that's pretty cool. Okay, we'll watch this.
Mimicry is when an organism copies another organism's homework and evolves to resemble them visually, behaviorally, chemically, any kind of really. It's one of the most diverse and useful traits in nature because the right kind of deception can mean the difference between life and death in so many situations. And today, I'm gonna explain them all to you. Let's get into it. Caterpillars of the eastern tiger swallowtail have these large black eye spots that resemble the eyes of snakes.
Wow.
When birds that normally like to eat caterpillars see this, they need to take a moment to decipher whether this is a tasty morsel or a scary predator. In order to sell the illusion, the caterpillar pops out an orange appendage called an osmeterium, which mimics the look and smell of a snake's forked tongue. They also rear up and wriggle in a way that mimics a lot of predatory snakes, ultimately scaring the bird away. This is a case of Batesian mimicry, the sheep in wolf's clothing, an intimidation tactic where a prey animal scares off their predator by pretending to be something that the predator would naturally be afraid of. Cheetah cubs have this layer of white fur on their back, which looks very similar to the white mantle of honey badgers.
I thought it was
in case you don't know,
it kind of looks like not dingoes. What are those things called? Hyena.
Honey badgers might be the single most dangerous mammal relative to their size. They are insanely vicious and resilient, and have even been seen going toe-to-toe with lions and winning. The mere existence of the honey badger is something that larger predators need to be aware of. So, helpless cheetah cubs, which are close to them in size, can take advantage of this, and become a lot safer when—
What you got, Yogi? Let's see. I ain't watching no freaking copyrighted stuff, you wackadoo. He's trying to get me freaking copyrighted.
they resemble them, hence the white mantle that they lose upon growing up. Batesian mimicry is the most common and most studied form of mimicry by far, because from an evolutionary perspective, it's a very simple pathway to go down. Cheetah cubs that have less white fur on their back have a lower chance of being mistaken as a honey badger, and so they're far more likely to be targeted by a predator, meaning that the ones that are better mimics of their model species have a better chance of tricking the dupe species and surviving to reproduce. It's nice and simple natural selection. Repeat this cycle for thousands of years and your species can become a pretty convincing Batesian mimic. Also, yes, it's Batesian, not Batesian, even though that's how I initially learned it, since it's named after Henry Bates. But say it however you want, no one's gonna call the mimicry, please. And now that you understand it, we have to talk about the one place where Batesian mimics really shine. Literally. Aposematism is the occurrence of bright visual patterns across an animal's surface, causing them to stand out in their environment. Now, why would an organism evolve this rather than the ubiquitously useful camouflage? Well, it's because they're just being honest. Aposematic animals openly advertise that they are extremely dangerous. Poison dart frogs are the poster example of this. They look cute, they look friendly, but if you ever give one a kiss, they will not end up a prince. Instead, you will end up like Prince,
hug
because
him.
these guys are
Biden
filled
was
to
the
the
first
brim with
robot on
enough
a test
poison
run
to
for
easily kill a gorilla or 100 humans. So now we know who the real winner of that fight is. Other good examples of aposematism are the yellow stripes of bees and wasps, the iridescent rings of venomous octopus, and the crazy body shapes of the flamboyant cuttlefish. Now, aposematism isn't mimicry. It's an honest signal that says, don't fuck with me, and gets predators to quickly associate these bright colors with deadly toxins, or stinky spray, or just a disgusting taste. And so, it is the perfect strategy for mimics to leech off of. These are different species of Dendrobates frogs which will kill you with ease. They each occupy a different geographical region. And these are members of the species Dendrobates imitator, a completely harmless frog that takes on the patterns of its poisonous cousins depending on the location that it's in. These are syrphid flies, which look like bees and wasps but are actually pretty friendly and unable to sting. The cheetah cubs from earlier are another example of this, as the reason honey badgers have their white mantle to begin with is as an aposematic signal that advertises that these paws are rated E for every fauna. Through Batesian mimicry, harmless prey can reap the benefits of deadly animals without having to do the evolutionary work of becoming deadly, because copying their outfit is way easier. These are three different species of snake. One of them is the harmless milk snake. One is the slightly toxic false coral snake, and one is the coral snake, one of the most highly venomous creatures in the world. They each have patterns that consist of red, white, black, and yellow. But how do you tell which one is which? Well, there's the popular adage, red touches yellow, kill a fellow, red touches black, venom lack. Except this saying can easily get you killed, as it only
red on black, you're okay, Jack. Black on yellow, it'll kill you, fellow.
Applies to some areas in North America, and not even 100% of the time, apparently. The reason this is so confusing is that all three of the snakes are mimics of each other, sort of. From the milk snake's perspective, it's just Batesian mimicry. It's harmless, so it uses the toxic others as models to appear more threatening. But from the coral snake's perspective, it's a bit harder to explain. Because coral snakes are so deadly, predators die every single time they try to hunt them. But because they look like these other two snakes that predators can hunt, they still end up getting attacked. But the whole point of aposematism is to prevent being attacked in the first place, which only works when predators have the opportunity to learn to stay away. If they're always dying, they're never learning, and if they're never learning, the coral snakes are still getting attacked. So in this case, it's actually better for the coral snake to mimic its false counterparts to receive less attention. It's like they went overboard with the deadliness to the point of it being harmful to themselves. This is called M-Slayin mimicry, where a deadly animal mimics a less deadly one. And this is the only example of it happening that we really understand. The only reason it's possible here is because of the existence of the false coral snake, which is the only one that does its job properly. False corals are toxic enough that predators will want to avoid them, but not so toxic that they prevent predators from learning that, which allows both the less dangerous milk snake and the more dangerous coral snake to mimic it. Most systems don't have this gradient of toxicity to work with, and so M-Slayin mimicry is unusually rare. Now, a few organisms have found that instead of mimicking a more deadly or less deadly animal, they can pretend to be the predator itself. Gilbertian mimicry is Batesian mimicry, except the model and the dupe are the exact same organism. Passiflora is a genus of plant that gets parasitized by Heliconius butterflies. The butterflies lay their eggs on their leaves, which hatch and eat it up, harming the plant. But female Heliconius avoid laying eggs on plants that they've seen have already been claimed by another female, because when that happens, the families compete for resources and even cannibalize each other. So Passiflora grows these small yellow bumps to deter Heliconius butterflies from laying there. Gilbertian mimicry is also quite rare, and is only really found in plants. In animals, it's unlikely that a prey or host would ever have the means to look similar to their predator or parasite, which is obviously a requirement for mimicry to develop. This is why mimics and models tend to be somewhat related or just look similar in the first place. I mean, caterpillars aren't mimicking honey badgers because they don't walk, talk, or look like a honey badger, but they are often green and tube-shaped, and they get hunted by birds, which get hunted by snakes, which are also often green and tube-shaped. And so, multiple species of caterpillar have come to look and act like multiple species of snake, and not just snakes from their local area. Remember, this mimicry is meant to scare away birds, and birds migrate to other parts of the world during winter. That means that North American caterpillars often emulate the behavior of snakes in the tropics, because those are the snakes that birds typically have to deal with. An imitation formed from a hemisphere away. Okay, moving on, we have Müllerian mimicry, the only kind of mimicry that is mutually beneficial to both model and mimic. Monarch butterflies tend to be pretty nasty tasting to a lot of predators. They signal this aposematically with their bright orange wings. Viceroy butterflies use the exact same strategy. They taste yucky and signal this with bright wings. As predators learn to avoid unpalatable butterflies, a single common warning signal ends up being recognized. Not only is it easier for predators to only have to learn one signal, it's also better for both butterflies because fewer will have to die in the process of the predators learning what to avoid. So both species end up mimicking each other, and in this case look almost indistinguishable. Müllerian mimicry is why both bees and wasps have yellow stripes. They're both flying insects that can sting, and because animals don't want to be stung in general, it serves them to have similar aposematic cues. But far more than two parties can be involved with this. If there are several organisms in an area that share a defense mechanism, they can form a Müllerian mimicry ring and all start to look like each other. We see this with a variety of bumblebee species, as well as poison frogs and coral snakes. This is helpful for all the mimics involved, but it's also helpful for the predators who can avoid all kinds of dangerous animals by only recognizing one signal. The only party it's annoying for is the biologists who have a hard time distinguishing between distinct species that look the same. So we've seen
if you want to know who the aliens amongst us, they're the ones that put milk in before the cereal. They're crazy people. Crazy people.
Cases where the mimic mimics the model, where the mimic mimics the dupe, even when multiple mimics mimic each other. Now it's time for the mimic to mimic the mimic. Automimicry is when a mimic mimics itself, or a member of the same species. This is what the eyes of the pygmy owl look like. Oh, wait. Never mind. Those are just black spots on the backs of their heads that appear like a set of eyes, presumably to ward off anything that wants to sneak up from behind. A body part mimicking a different part. Rubber boas duck their head beneath their body when threatened and stick out their suspiciously head-looking tail. Because a lot of predators go for the head, misleading them with a less vital body part can often buy the boa enough time to escape. We see this same tactic employed in the four-eyed butterfly fish, which have eye spots at their tail end and even swim backwards when threatened to sell the illusion further. And in hair-streak butterflies, which have a false head at the back of their wings as well as false antennae that move in antenna-like ways. When scientists collect them, they often find them with rear wing damage, suggesting that this strategy actually works and predators attack their false head, allowing them to escape. But you know where else automimicry has been used? Military vehicles. The A-10 Thunderbolt is sometimes painted with a false canopy on its underside to confuse enemies of its orientation and obscure the location of the pilot. Lots of animals have false eyes, like moths, frogs, pufferfish, but surprisingly, even apex predators have them, like tigers with eye spots on the backs of their ears, and orcas, who I always thought had big white eyes when I was a kid. So what exactly do they need to be afraid of? Well, we don't really know. Some people think the eye spots protect them when they're young and just stay as they grow up. This might make sense for tigers, whose eye spots are on full display when they drink from water, a relatively vulnerable position, especially for a juvenile, but some think that eye spots can help with hunting. It's common for prey animals to go for the eyes when trying to escape, and maybe false eyes are there there to make that trickier. I can see this being the case for
that's how
orcas
whales
whose
get
eyes blend in readily with their black exterior. Regardless, there is clearly evolutionary incentive to have fake eyes for all sorts of reasons. You would think that real eyes, but it seems that fake eyes can trick them quite easily. Now, we also call it automimicry when mimics use members of their same species as their model, which can only happen when there are vast differences within a species. Monarch butterflies, as we said earlier, can taste very gross. In fact, blue jays are often seen vomiting after eating one. But it turns out to be a bit more complicated than this. A monarch's palatability depends on the food that it's raised on. When monarchs are raised on cabbage, blue jays tend to find them quite tasty when they grow up. But when reared on milkweed, they are absolutely noxious. And so it serves the cabbage butterflies to mimic the milkweed butterflies as much as possible, so that predators don't find out how tasty they really are. This is called Browerian mimicry, and it's basically Batesian mimicry, just within the same species. This is a variation of a Churchill tank, meant for recovery rather than offense. But it mimics an armed variant of the same tank, using a fake dummy gun to scare enemies into thinking it's more than just an armored recovery vehicle. Sometimes entire inflatable dummy tanks have been used to trick enemies as well. Arguably, Browerian mimicry is something that humans do. People act like other people all the time as a form of mockery or flattery. We might pretend to be someone we aren't to attract others or scare them away. Sometimes we imitate each other subconsciously, adopting the phrases and mannerisms we hear from friends and family, or even from TV shows. But acting like someone else is a bit different than copying the aposematic signals of someone else, right? I mean, there's a social and personality element to it that's so uniquely human that it's kind of hard to call it mimicry in a biological sense. Though acting, in general, isn't unique to humans. This killdeer is flapping one wing because the other is broken. Wait, did it just switch which wing is broken? Killdeer lay their eggs pretty low to the ground. And when something that it considers a threat approaches, the mother will act as if it has a broken wing. This makes her look like vulnerable prey, taking the attention off her nest and onto herself. This kind of behavior was first noted by Aristotle. I feel like I know this guy from somewhere. In his History of Animals, he recorded, "When a man comes by a young brood and tries to catch them, the hen bird rolls in front of the hunter pretending to be lame. The man every moment thinks he is on the point of catching her, and so she draws him on and on until every one of her brood has had time to escape. Hereupon she returns to the nest and calls the young back." And so, Aristotelian mimicry is when an animal imitates some enticing behavior to distract predators for the sake of members of its group. Red squirrels make ventriloquist calls, pretending to be their own young to lead predators away from their nest. Mentawai langurs also do this. The male will call loudly so that the females and children can hide. Again, it's hard to call this mimicry. Definitions aren't always easily agreed upon by different scientists, and so usually we just refer to these behaviors as distraction displays, which is a whole nother topic worthy of a video itself. But I hope you can see the similarities to other kinds of mimicry where deception is cleverly used for survival. And that leads us to camouflage, which is kind of like mimicry, but for the surrounding environment as a whole, rather than a specific model organism. But what really separates the two is the intention. Camouflage is a form of crypsis, where the goal isn't to dupe a third party like in mimicry, but to never be seen in the first place. That being said, there exists a perfect intersection between the two, and when this happens, it's called mimesis. Leaf insects are awesome. Stick bugs are cool. The orchid mantis is one of the most beautiful creatures on the planet. We also have these katydids, which look like individual leaves. Here's a moth that specifically resembles a dead leaf. Patubirds like to stand still with their heads up and eyes closed, in a way that eerily mimics a broken tree branch. Also, there are many species of leaf-tailed gecko. Some of them resemble moss, and some of them, like the satanic leaf-tailed gecko, have entire bodies that look like leaves. The reason they were called satanic is probably because some variations of them are black with red eyes. Here's a photo I found where someone put dragon wings on one. Sometimes organisms mimic non non-living objects for the same reasons, like pebble plants, which look like stones, or the caterpillar of the giant swallowtail, which mimics bird droppings. Mimesis is like camouflage taken to the next level, and so there's not really much to explain about it, it's just really cool to show off. But there is nothing cooler in the world of mimicry than the mimic octopus. This is a creature that can change its shape and color to mimic 18 different marine animals that we know of, and can even take unique forms on the fly for the purposes of crypsis
Mimosas
or
make
just for
brunch
fun.
better?
Here's a full list of
Big
the
fan of
animals that
mimosas.
researchers have seen them imitate, but there are a few main forms that they seem to take most often. By sprawling all its arms out radially, the mimic octopus takes the form of a lionfish, mimicking its big spines with its arms. By hiding 6 of its arms and holding the other 2 parallel to each other, it resembles a sea snake. It even changes its surface to black and white stripes, mimicking the aposematic colors of the venomous snake. And by tucking all 8 of its arms behind itself and flattening its main body, it swims around as a flatfish. Mimic octopus selectively choose the forms they take depending on the situation. For example, a researcher once reported that upon being harassed by a damselfish, the octopus took the form of a sea snake, a known damselfish predator. But beyond mimicking set forms, mimic octopus also possess the ability to see something and intelligently mimic it on the fly, sort of like a freestyle artist. Because of this, the mimic octopus really does not follow the constraints found in other kinds of mimicry, so we had to give its ability a unique name, dynamic mimicry, which I think should have just been called shapeshifting, because that's what it is. But yeah, there really is nothing else like this in nature. We have to go to fiction to find anything remotely similar. Okay, have a look at this spider. Oh, seems like this hungry bird sees it too. It flies in to catch it, and oh shit, that's not a spider, that's a whole setup. The spider-tailed horned viper is probably my favorite mimic. It has a fake spider tail that it curls up and moves in a way to mimic the movements of a real—
This is creepy too. Octopus are definitely alien. Absolutely. Absolutely. Look at this freaking thing though, dude. That snake tail, that spider tail.
Spider. Meanwhile, it lays the rest of its body perfectly still, camouflaging with the stone, waits for a stupid bird, then bam, dinner is served. See, so far we've mostly talked about mimicry used for defensive purposes, but aggressive mimicry is just as employable. Hey, look at this beautiful red button that'll give you $1 million for free. Oh, it was actually a subscribe button, which you should click the real one of, and leave a comment, it helps a lot. What I just did is a really shitty version of what the spider-tailed horned viper does, mimicking something enticing to lure in prey, only to reveal their true nature once escaping is no longer an option. And many of nature's most ruthless hunters do the same thing. The alligator snapping turtle sits in a river, mouth open, wriggling its tongue around like a worm. It's actually not its tongue, but an appendage called a vermiform, but regardless, this attracts an unsuspecting fish, who gets its existence obliterated once it gets too close by the 1,000 pound per square inch force of the alligator snapping turtle's bite. Anglerfish are known to do this as well, dangling a fake worm across its lure to attract a fish, then pop out and catch it. Turns out we really aren't the first to invent fishing. In the deep sea anglerfish, instead of a worm, they use a light. In the darkest of depths, bioluminescence is the only source of light, and many smaller organisms use it for communication and other unknown reasons. This means that plenty of deep-sea creatures will mistake the anglerfish's lure as something small swimming around, and approach it only to be met with this monstrosity.
thing, dude.
But when it
Look
comes
at
to laying traps, few are—
Look at this freaking thing, dude. This thing is absolutely amazing.
Only to be met
Look
with—
at that. Look at that thing. And its mouth isn't forward. Its mouth isn't forward. It's tilted up like it's gonna grab your freaking boy bits dangling in the water. Ah, it's freaking so creepy.
With this monstrosity. But when it comes to laying traps, few are better than spiders. Golden orb weavers are named after their yellow webs, which shine like gold silks under the sun. Pollinating insects like bees and flies follow nectar guides when scouting for nectar-filled flowers. These can be—
It looks like somebody spent a lot of time in Blender making a scary ass enemy in a seed.
The bright colors that flowers often express, but can also be colors in the ultraviolet spectrum, which are invisible to us. The yellow reflective light that the golden orb weaver's webs give off can mimic these nectar guides and cause many pollinators to fly right into their webs. Other members of the orb weaver family, like the silver argiope, add these strange zigzagged structures called stabilimenta into their webs, and we don't fully know why. At first, it was thought that it helps stabilize the webs, but the stabilimentum tends to be loosely attached, so this probably isn't the case. Then, some scientists noticed that the way these web decorations are woven make them really good at reflecting UV light. When comparing the position of a stabilimentum in the web to the regions of bright UV signals in flower nectar guides, it seems that these complex weavings may be an advanced UV flower mimicry to attract more pollinators into the orb weaver's web. Luring prey is evidently very useful. I mean, as humans, we do it all the time. But it's also the strategy of the iconic fantasy monster, the Mimic. By taking the appearance of a bountiful chest of treasures, dungeon-dwelling adventurers are enticed by the riches they could find within, only to be surprised by a glaring set of teeth, or claws, or pseudolimbs, or whatever. Mimicry can be so fun and imaginative that we often find it in sci-fi and fantasy media. So the fact that animals have just been doing it for thousands of years in real life is pretty cool. There are other kinds of aggressive mimicry in nature too, one being Wicklerian mimicry, or cryptic aggressive mimicry. Blue streak wrasse are cleaner fish, meaning they eat parasites and dead skin off of larger fish. This is a mutualistic relationship because it both feeds the wrasse and cleans the big fish. This is a very common trade in the ocean, to the point where large fish visit designated cleaning stations to get these services, kind of like pulling up to a car wash. When visitors arrive at Blue Streak Incorporated, the wrasse greet their client by performing a little dance where they rear up and down. But the saber-tooth blenny takes advantage of all of this. By visually mimicking Blue Streak cleaner wrasse and mimicking their dances to a regional level, they blend in, and the larger fish doesn't bother to fight them off. Then they secretly tear off scales and pieces of fin, and even inject the larger fish with opium to dull the pain they're causing and give them time to escape. Wicklerian mimicry is the direct opposite of Batesian mimicry. Instead of pretending to be
there were animal sources of opium.
Intimidating, Wicklerian mimics disguise themselves as harmless in order to approach their targets without raising suspicion. They are wolves in sheep's clothing. The feathers of the zone-tailed hawk look a lot like that of turkey vultures when they're flying around. They take advantage of this fact by flying amongst them, then swooping out to catch unsuspecting prey. And to bring up another fantasy example, Wicklerian mimicry is kind of what vampires traditionally do. As monsters masquerading in human flesh, they will charm you and invite you to their domain, only to secretly be an undead carnivore. The saber-tooth blenny is different from most of the earlier examples because it's a parasite and not a predator. It harms its target, but doesn't kill it. Parasitism as a whole is a very complicated, disgusting thing. So you can imagine.
Animals that use opium for pain control. They're not for veterinarians. Animals that inject opium. I'm trying to think of a good way to word it. Animals that... Opium is derived from the latex. They not need, kangaroos and wallabies consume them. Ungulates and livestock. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Why does the brain? So your body makes those types of opioid compounds to manage pain and whatnot. And opium addiction is when you put opioids in from outside of your body at higher levels than what your body would produce on its own. and then the withdrawal is the period that you stop using them, and then the body has to say, okay, there is no outside opioids coming in, so now I have to start creating my own again. I want to see a movie of vampire addicts. They have to feed off the medicated. I would love to freaking make one.
Imagine when you involve mimicry with it, it only gets worse. The green-banded broodsack is a flatworm that parasitizes snails and pulses up and down their eye stalks.
And that's because he's got a parasite in him, I believe.
They do this to mimic caterpillars, for the opposite reason that caterpillars mimic snakes. The broodsack actually wants to attract birds because they want their snail hosts to get eaten. They'll even go so far as to mind control the snail to move them out of shaded areas and be more obvious to spot. Once a bird hunts the snail, the broodsack is able to infect the bird and release its eggs into their poop, beginning the life cycle once again. Another fascinating example is the pocketbook mussel, which disguises its mantle as a fake fish. It wriggles its fish lure around in a seductive manner, and when a fish approaches, the mussel ejects a bunch of its babies into their mouth. The mussel larvae then attach themselves to the gills, using the fish's blood as food for several weeks before dropping off and starting the cycle anew. But perhaps the most famous type of parasitic mimicry belongs to the cuckoo bird, which lays their eggs in the nests of other birds. Not only do these eggs mimic that of the host species, but so does the hatchling, except the parasitic chick comes embedded with a devious plan. See, the cuckoo hatches just a bit quicker than its step siblings, giving it time to be fed sooner and grow to be bigger. It will then go on to bully the others to get more food for itself, and when mom isn't looking, it will attempt to throw the other hatchlings and eggs out of the nest completely. It's up to the host parent to recognize this and dispose of the parasitic child, but that can be difficult to discern when you're a bird. Here's a bird feeding what it thinks is its child, even though it's obviously grown into a different, much larger species. Cuckoo bird mimicry is called Kirbian mimicry, but from the parasitic side, it's called brood parasitism, the parasitization of another individual's parental care. Similar to this is social parasitism, where a parasite invades a colony of eusocial insects, like ants. Ants have existed for a long time, leading to very complex organizations and behaviors.
We had a pretty good stream today, Guar.
But also complex relationships with other species. Animals that integrate themselves with ants are called myrmecophiles, and myrmecophily doesn't have to involve mimicry, but it often does. And when it does, it's called Wasmanian mimicry. Here are some of my favorite.
John, we went through a bunch of wackadoodle Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and American, what are these things called? Dang it. Plastic surgery disasters. And now we're watching mimicry in nature. The good old cuckoo. My brother.
Examples. Rove beetles visually mimic ants and prey on them when they get the chance. So do many species of spider. The ant cricket doesn't look like an ant, but mimics the antennae movements and touch cues in order to be accepted into the colony. Large blue caterpillars use chemical mimicry and release communication pheromones to trick the ants into taking them into their nest and even bring them food. Wasmanian mimicry doesn't just involve the duping of one individual, but of an entire colony. So while an individual ant is often the model, the superorganism of all the ants tends to be the dupe. It's like an alien race disguising itself and living amongst us without our knowing. There's honestly so much more to say about myrmecophilic mimics. Wait, myrmecophilus? Why? But myrmecophily as a whole is just a really complex thing. It probably deserves its own video, which I will probably make someday. Okay, so prey often use mimicry in a defensive way. Predators and parasites use mimicry in an aggressive way. There's one more big evolutionary reason to use mimicry to complete the trifecta. This is an orchid, but it sure looks like a bee. In fact, it looks so similar that it tricks bees into having sex with it. This is called Pouyanian Puyanian mimicry, where plants mimic an insect to deceive actual insects into copulating with it, so that the plant itself can copulate by leaving pollen on its guest. As you know, the vast majority of flowers offer nectar as food in order to do this, but Puyanian mimics prove that sex sells just as well. Puyanian mimicry seems to be primarily done by orchids, which visually mimic bees and flies, and chemically mimic many of their pheromones as well. And it's an example of reproductive
botany, biology. Study of animals. Yeah. Oh, zoology, right. Zoology is a branch of biology. So yeah. Never met a flower trick me yet. How do you know? He's like, oh, never mind.
Mimicry. Mimicry used to increase the chance of creating offspring. Oftentimes, it's only the male species of a flower that secretes nectar
like
or
female
pretends to be a
sounds
sexy
familiar.
bug, because they're the ones that produce the pollen, while female flowers are the ones that need to get pollinated. So sometimes, female flowers mimic male flowers in order to ensure that they actually get visited to complete the pollination. This mimicry will attract pollinators that think they'll be getting nectar only to be ripped off. This is called Bakerian mimicry, and it's a form of intersexual automimicry. Contrasting this is the very similar Dodsonian mimicry, which is when a plant mimics a rewarding flower of a different species for virtually the same reasons. While the term Bakerian mimicry is generally reserved for plants, we see a lot of intersexual mimicry in animals as well. In giant cuttlefish males, being bigger is generally better. Larger males can woo females more easily, and are able to bully away smaller males from ever getting a chance. But this has led to the smaller males developing a sneaky cross-dressing strategy. Because of their small size and the cuttlefish's ability to make visual adjustments to themselves, small males can make themselves pass as female. They use this to sneak in and quickly mate with a female, then swim away. All while the larger male is floating there thinking, they're just friends, nothing to worry about. The strategy of smaller sneaker males pretending to be females is actually quite common in fish. It happens in salmon and peacock blennies, creating a divide where males of a single species are either exceptionally large or incredibly small. Another situation where it's useful for males to mimic females is in bowerbirds, who are famous for their complicated branch structures, complete with decorations and an elaborate dance. Like most creative practices, coming up with a bowerbird mating ritual requires a lot of experience and inspiration. So juvenile males often learn from adult males who are already fully fledged artists. But adult males in the middle of their masterpiece don't want any other males nearby. They want to attract a female, and so they'll chase other males away, juvenile or otherwise. Thus, juvenile male bowerbirds mimic adult female bowerbirds, so that they can show up and learn things from adult males, all while the male begins their mating ritual to what is actually a teenage boy. In fact, here's a case where a young bowerbird male disguises himself as a female, only to steal one of the adult male's decorations and fly away with it for themselves. During the American Revolutionary War, soldier Robert Shirtliff was shot in the thigh and sliced across the forehead with a sword. For some reason, he begged his fellow soldiers not to take him to a doctor, a habit he had throughout his entire military career. But his wounds were too grave this time, and so a soldier put him on his horse and took him to a hospital. It was only then that the doctor there discovered his secret. It turns out Robert Shirtliff was a woman named Deborah Sampson, who was pretending to be a man in order to enlist in the army. She was like American Revolutionary Mulan, mimicking a male in order to do something that at the time wasn't allowed for a female. Now, they ended up sending her home, and she got married and had kids, and wasn't really recognized for her services until after. But considering the various sex-based roles in human culture, both historically and in the modern day, I'm sure there have been a myriad more cases where humans have pretended to be a member of the opposite sex and engaged in intersexual mimicry. Okay, let's come back to some plants. Carrion flowers are famous for being the stinkiest plants in the world. I mean, they're called carrion or corpse flowers because that's exactly what they smell like. Many insects reproduce on decaying bodies, so they're naturally attracted to the smell of death. By mimicking this odor, carrion flowers lure insects into thinking they've landed on a good spot spot to lay their eggs. But this is a brood site deception, because the flowers aren't made of rotten flesh, and so necrophagous larvae don't have anything to eat here. The corpse flower gains reproductive potential through this odor mimicry though, as they get to leave their pollen on the insects that they've tricked into landing. Now, there are far more aggressive applications of mimicking reproductive signals as well. The spotted predatory katydid mimics the mating calls of female cicadas, attracting male cicadas to within its reach to hunt and eat. This is the only example of acoustic aggressive mimicry in nature. When analyzing audio recordings, scientists found that the same katydids regularly mimic the calls of cicadas from several different species, including some from different continents.
Damn.
Fireflies in the genus Photurus mimic the light signals of females in the genus Photinus to attract male Photinus fireflies, which they kill as prey. We know that this is done intentionally because Photurus females have their own signals for communication and reproduction that differ in duration and delay to the signals they use when specifically hunting other species of firefly. This tactic of faking signals of a sexually receptive female in order to hunt males of a different species is called Wallachian mimicry. In essence, it's the same as luring prey, which we talked about earlier with aggressive mimicry. The only difference is that mimics use sexual signals as bait.
As it was above, it is below. That's right, brother. How are you? If I had a nickel for every comment YouTube censors, yeah, brother. They do. And I've got it. Like, I'm a YouTube partner, so I can't turn censoring off. I have like options low, medium, and high. So it's on low, and I don't have any words in my block filter, but it does what it wants to do.
Rather than food. Bola spiders release the sex pheromones of female mothflies in order to attract male mothflies. When they get their prey within range, they produce a ball of silk and throw it at them, ensnaring their target in a ranged attack. Just as
like a freaking mace
one would do with a man-made bola. Unlike the generalist katydids, each species of bola spider is specialized to a single species of mothfly, meaning they each release only the specific pheromones of their target species. And different bola spiders don't compete with each other for the same prey. Oh, and as one more example, the mimic octopus has been seen pretending to be a crab looking to mate in order to approach a crab that it actually wanted to hunt. And lastly, we have the one kind of mimicry that was actually created by humans. Because of farming, many species of plants have been labeled annoying weeds, while others have been seen as useful crops. Human farmers pull weeds and plant crops, which has created an unintentional artificial selection for the weeds to mimic crops, because that way they can trick the farmers into replanting them and live.
I do love checks, but white is my top priority color. Thank you, brother. I like them too. Most of my shirts are checked. There's a bug. I dumb. Blue jeans. That's what I'm wearing right now too. Blue jeans and not leather boots though. But yeah, I like.
For another year. This is called Vavilovian mimicry, and it's a process that's been going on since the Neolithic period. Both rye and oats were originally Vavilovian mimics of wheat and barley, but at the end of a growing season, wheat produces seeds, while wild rye doesn't. So farmers would collect wheat seeds while leaving rye to die. But eventually, some lines of rye began to show seeds, and they duped farmers into taking them and replanting them. Amazingly, over the years of selection,
domesticated IMDb. What do I know?
Rye has actually become usable as a crop we can eat today. So this is actually a case of a mimic going fake it till you make it and transitioning into its own thing. You may have noticed that other than this case, humans aren't really involved.
A bug named IMBD? No.
In many mimicry systems. We don't overtly mimic any other species, and no species really mimics us. That said, there's a lot that we can learn from mimicry that we can employ for ourselves. We've created fake worms to use as bait, to lure prey just like anglerfish and snapping turtles. If you live in an area with a lot of deer flies, these fake dragonflies can actually work at scaring them away. Scarecrows mimic us and are meant to deter birds from getting at our crops. We may not have a mimicry inherently in our evolution, but we can still make use of it through our inventions and intelligence. If you think about the many diverse, cruel periods in history, how many people hid their religion, true opinions, or ethnicity in order to survive and blend in? Just like defensive mimicry. How many psychopathic murderers fake who they are to get closer to their victims, like cryptic, aggressive mimicry? Don't even get me started on...
I worked in the movie industry for a bunch of years. I don't watch hardly anything. I don't even have a TV in my room or anything. I haven't watched a movie in probably 5 years. Yeah, after I left the movie industry last January, I haven't... No, I basically just stream whenever I have time or record a video. Yeah, I really don't watch hardly anything anymore. All right, let's see what we're doing. I'm gonna go to bed now, though. It's 12:30 in the morning. I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hit the like button, subscribe on your way out if you forgot, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.